Chapter 364. Death might be terrifying, but the most terrifying thing was loneliness and silence. When a person was in a lonely and dark environment, it would drive a person crazy and gradually make a person's heart die. In the eternal darkness and endless loneliness, there was not even a trace of light in this dark prison, let alone a sound. Suddenly, a black fog appeared and slowly covered Yi Xian, as if it wanted to merge him into the darkness until he became one with this dark prison. Who am I? Like the beginning of the chaos, like the first ray of light at dawn, Yi Xian spoke in a daze. However, his voice was hoarse and confused, which made the dark prison slightly stagnate. I remember now. I am Yi Xian. I came from the human world and chased after Yang Jian for thousands of miles. I fought with Daluo Jingxian in the heaven realm and attracted the heavenly demon into my body. In the end, I died. But am I dead? Or am I not dead yet? The wisp of darkness lingered around Yi Xian. He stood up in the darkness and looked around the dark prison in a daze. A light slowly gathered in his eyes and faces appeared in his mind, causing the aura around him to become extremely chaotic. Yang Jian. Perfected Yuding. The Jade Emperor, and that meddlesome woman. Yang Jian's soul scattered. Perfected Yuding was ruthless and heartless. The Jade Emperor mocked and despised him. Of course, there was also the sorrowful fairy Guang Han. When these scenes flashed through Yi Xian's mind, he clenched his fists slightly and an unimaginably terrifying wave surrounded him. Buzz. His perplexed eyes gradually became cold and sinister. The wisp of darkness that twined around his body merged into his forehead. He sinisterly looked around this dark prison, and a cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face. So, the legend is true. The old legend. After using the Forbidden Heaven technique, although one could obtain the support of the heavenly demon's power, one would also be devoured by the heavenly demon. This was a power that did not exist in the three realms. In the end, one's soul would be scattered and he would die. However, according to legend, the heavenly demon energy was the manifestation of all living beings in the void of chaos. It was born from the convergence of the dark and negative emotions of all living beings. It could be said to be a kind of energy of the laws of chaos. Yi Xian was a man of boundless darkness. He had long abandoned the so-called benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He was the representative of darkness. Although he had activated the heavenly demon's possession and suffered the pain of the heavenly demon's backlash, he did not die. However, the power of the heavenly demon had turned into a dark prison that trapped his soul. If he could not break out of the prison, his soul would be trapped here forever. Break. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was glowing. It was a kind of boundless dark light. He swung his fists and smashed them violently at the dark prison, but it didn't cause any waves. Of the same origin, darkness engenders each other. Yi Xian did not die from the heavenly demon's backlash because his heart was filled with the world's most negative emotions. He had long become one with the heavenly demon's power. This was also the reason why he could survive. However, the dark prison was formed by the heavenly demon's power. The power in his soul was of the same origin as the dark prison. Naturally, he could not break out of the prison's seal. Perhaps it was a day, perhaps it was 10 years. Yi Xian seemed to have fallen into madness. He constantly bombarded the dark prison in an attempt to break out. Even when he used up the last of his strength, the dark prison did not budge. This made him realize that no matter how he bombarded it, his strength had long become one with the heavenly demon's power. It was impossible for him to break out of the prison. What should he do? Yi Xian sat in the prison, bitterly thinking of a way to break out. He did not know how much time had passed, but he could not think of a way to break out of the prison. The darkness was silent and lonely. Yi Xian's thoughts became more and more chaotic. In his chaotic thoughts, the faces of many people flashed through his mind. Immortal Yu Ding's overbearing and ruthless, Jade Emperor's sneer and ridicule, and Fairy Guanghan's sorrowful eyes. He killed Immortal Yuding, annihilated the 12 ancient golden immortals, killed Jade Emperor and seized his position as Celestial Emperor, and Fairy Guanghan. Unwillingness, resentment, and extremely cold killing intent constantly surrounded Yi Xian. All kinds of dark and negative emotions were growing. He did not want to be trapped in the dark prison to death. He would never forget the Jade Emperor's condescending gaze at him. It was as if he was mocking him for asking a woman to beg for his life. If he wanted to kill Daoist Master Yuding, then he wanted to kill the Jade Emperor even more. Because the Moon Fairy's request for help from the Jade Emperor was the greatest humiliation to him, Yi Xian. This caused him to deeply remember this humiliation in his heart. The two of them could not be said to be rivals in love, because Yi Xian had never loved Fairy Guanghan. He was only interested in her body. He had long regarded her as a woman that only he could play with. A tyrannical emotion grew in Yi Xian's heart. Not only did he want to break out of the dark prison, but he also wanted to trample on Jade Emperor in the future. Suddenly, under the growth of all kinds of dark emotions, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He looked around the dark prison as if he had thought of something. The dark prison is formed by the power of the heavenly demon. This is just a way of existence of energy. If I can refine the power of the heavenly demon, will I be able to escape? Yi Xian's reverse thinking made him happy. He felt that this method would definitely work. Yi Xian's principle of doing things was to act as soon as he thought of it. He sat cross-legged in the dark prison. His primordial spirit seemed to have turned into a black hole. The undying immortal scripture circulated violently, forming an extremely powerful suction force. It also caused the dark prison to undergo an extremely shocking change. Buzz! The dark prison was shaking. Strands of heavenly demon power were produced out of thin air and slowly absorbed into Yi Xian's primordial spirit. This also made Yi Xian overjoyed. He knew that this method was indeed useful. Although this absorption was extremely slow, it was indeed developing in a good direction. This also allowed Yi Xian to focus on circulating the undying immortal scripture and slowly absorb the heavenly demon power produced by the dark prison. The power of the heavenly demon gathered the negative emotions of all living beings and refined them into Yi Xian's primordial spirit. This was an extremely dangerous action. Perhaps it would also turn Yi Xian into a killing machine. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. He couldn't care less, because only by breaking out of the dark prison could his primordial spirit return to his body and reappear in the three realms. Furthermore, Yi Xian had an extremely strong sense of urgency. His primordial spirit was trapped here, and he didn't know where his body was in the outside world. If he fell into the hands of the Chan school, he would probably suffer an unimaginable calamity. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian also merged into the boundless darkness. However, the strands of heavenly demon power that fused into his body also caused the space to become silent. Chapter 365. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. Where there were rivers and lakes, there would be grudges. The world was filled with endless wars, and even in this vast earth immortal realm, there was no exception. As far as the eye could see, heaven and earth were connected. This was a boundless prairie that covered an area of over 100,000 miles, so it was called the 100,000-mile boundless prairie. War drums were beating and wild winds were howling. Heaven-shaking battle cries could be heard as weapons clashed and blood flew everywhere. Countless soldiers were bathed in blood as they fought in this boundless prairie. Broken limbs and heads rolled. In this wild battle, it was unknown how many soldiers had died in this prairie. Only the battle did not end and became even more intense. This was because the 100,000-mile boundless prairie had another name called the 10-country battlefield. Whenever a war began, all the grudges and battles would begin in this boundless prairie. This custom had already lasted for over 10,000 years. Ao Lai, Che Chi country, In Ho country, small holy country, large holy country. War Hound's Country. In this 1 million-mile area, there were a total of 10 countries. This was a war between countries, and it was also a kind of world. As long as there were people, there would be no lack of fighting. Your Highness, quickly leave. In the depths of the prairie, several thousand black armored soldiers were bathed in blood. A young man wearing a black robe was holding a sharp sword as he led the charge to kill the War Hound's country's soldiers. The aura around him was clearly very fierce. Zhao Go, the small holy country's second prince. He was also a talented young man who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was very famous in the small holy country and was a strong candidate for the throne. In order to increase his chances of succeeding the throne, when the small holy country and the War Hound's country began their war, Zhao Go did not decline his responsibility and led 100,000 soldiers into battle. This was a war without any suspense. The War Hound's country only had 30,000 soldiers, so they were not Zhao Go's match at all. But when the war began, the War Hound's soldiers covered the sky as they surrounded him from all directions. There were several 100,000 of them. When he found the disparity between them and the enemy, Zhao Go knew that he had fallen into a giant trap. His soldiers were bathed in blood as they fought against the War Hound's army of several 100,000, but in the end they were all killed, leaving him in a hopeless situation. How could several thousand soldiers resist the several 100,000 War Hound's army? Zhao Go knew that he could not escape and his heart was already filled with the desire to die. But even if he died, he would die in battle in this boundless prairie and would not become a captive of the War Hound's country. Little brat Zhao Go, why aren't you surrendering? Could it be that you want this general to kill you personally? In all directions, there was a sea of people. Several 100,000 War Hound soldiers surrounded Zhao Go in the center. A War Hound's general came out on his horse, looking at Zhao Go with a cruel look in his eyes. Ah Muta, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to make this highness your prisoner, you're just dreaming. Zhao Go pointed his sword at the War Hound's general, speaking in a low and cold voice. Zhao Go, you really are pitiful. Could it be that you don't want to know how I found out about you appearing here? The War Hound's general said with a cold laugh. Zhao Sun. Zhao Go's face flickered as he thought of something, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they threatened to shatter. Zhao Sun, the small holy kingdom's crown prince, was also the heir to the throne. In order to fight for the throne, the two of them had already lost their brotherly feelings. Today, he had personally led the army, so it must have been Zhao Sun who sold his information to the War Hound's country, causing him to fall into this situation. Although he understood everything, it was already too late. Zhao Go knew that he was facing a dead end and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Zhao Go, you can be considered an ambitious person, but it's a pity that you will die here today. You should end your own life here. The War Hound's general said in a low voice. In this boundless world, soldiers dying in battle. Zhao Go revealed a bitter smile. He knew that perhaps this was his best choice, it was much better than dying under the enemy's blade. Zheng. A sword was pulled out and placed across his throat. Since he had already reached this point, Zhao Go really had no other choice. Your Highness, you can't. The soldiers all had bitter expressions. There was even someone who grabbed the sword in Zhao Go's hand, clearly wanting to stop Zhao Go from ending his own life here. This Highness has let you all down. We will still be brothers in the underworld. Zhao Go slowly pushed aside the soldier in front of him. The sword in his hand had already pierced through his skin. As long as he used a bit of strength, he would be able to pierce his own throat and die here. Who is this person? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, causing Zhao Go's expression to slightly change as he looked towards the source of the sound. A black-robed man covered in blood was crawling in a patch of weeds. A large amount of weeds covered him, making it impossible to see his face. However, the specks of demonic light surrounding him caused the void to distort slightly. At the same time, The dark prison was boundless. When the final strand of demonic light entered Yi Xian's soul, the dark prison began to collapse inch by inch. A tyrannical killing intent filled Yi Xian's consciousness, causing his soul to become as black as ink. Roar. Like the roar of a ferocious beast, like the roar of an evil dragon, an inhuman voice came out from Yi Xian's mouth. The dark prison finally collapsed without a trace, and his soul returned to his physical body. When the soul and physical body combined into one, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Suddenly, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch black and terrifying, and they were rumbling at this moment, as though they wanted to suck in the souls of all living beings. This caused Zhao Go and the other soldiers to gasp in shock. This. Zhao Go was not stupid. Zhao Go wasn't stupid. Although he didn't know who Yi Xian was, the black light surrounding him gave him the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Even his soul was trembling at this moment. Junior Zhao Go is the second prince of a small holy kingdom. Today, I was ambushed by the war hound's country and my life is in danger. Please save this junior's life, senior. I will definitely not forget senior's kindness in the future. Zhao Go's eyes turned, and he directly knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Xian, lowering his posture to an extremely low level. Zhao Go was not stupid. He was a golden core cultivator, but he could not sense Yi Xian's cultivation level. Yi Xian was at least at the nascent soul stage. Although his aura was not that of a righteous cultivator, he was now in a life and death crisis. Only this person who suddenly appeared in front of him could save his life. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unmoved by Zhao Go's pleas, because he was currently in an extremely tyrannical mood. The dark prison was formed by the demonic power. Although he had escaped, he had also fused the demonic power into his soul. At this moment, his heart was filled with an extremely tyrannical mood, and he had the urge to slaughter the world. However, Yi Xian was forcefully restraining himself, hoping to suppress these negative emotions. If he were to really start a massacre, he'd probably turn into a killing machine as well. Where did this thief come from? Die! Suddenly, the war hound's general slashed out with his blade, bringing a 100-meter-long blade light towards Yi Xian. Clearly, in his mind, Yi Xian was one of Zhao Go's people. Chapter 366. Roar. The world was in chaos as a vicious aura covered the sky. When the war hound's general slashed out, it was like heavenly thunder stirring up the flames of the earth. It completely ignited the dark and negative emotions that Yi Xian had been suppressing. Hom long long. The endless sky was filled with boundless darkness and there were tens of thousands of blood-red lightning bolts flashing in the sky. The 100,000 miles of grassland wildly shook and the earth cracked. Dust flew everywhere and the space within the 100,000 miles was distorted in a terrifying manner. Yi Xian's brows drooped, making it impossible for others to see his expression. However, when he slowly raised his head, his terrifying eyes were as red as blood, and an aura that could annihilate all living things revolved within his eyes. Pang! With just a single look from Yi Xian, the warhound's general did not even have time to let out a pitiful cry as he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered in the void. This scene shocked the hundreds of thousands of warhound soldiers and made Zhao Go and the other soldiers fall into a deathly silence. They could only look at Yi Xian's back with a look of horror on their faces. Die! With a single word, all living things were destroyed. A simple word came from all directions, but it brought with it a sea of blood. This tragic scene was just too shocking. Pang, pang, pang. The void collapsed and demonic light filled the sky. The heavenly demonic light that was destroyed inch by inch spread across the 100,000 miles of grassland. The hundreds of thousands of war-hound soldiers gave pitiful cries as they were destroyed one by the heavenly demonic light. The exploding blood mist filled the sky and a nauseating bloody smell made Zhao Go and the other soldiers want to vomit. All living things were destroyed and the world was silent. Yi Xian did not even need to make a move. Just the heavenly demonic light that he released was enough to create a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. He was bathed in the bloody mist that filled the sky. His arms were slowly stretched out, and there was an intoxicated look on his face. Those scarlet and terrifying eyes were even more terrifying and intimidating. Pang! Suddenly, the heavenly demon light around Yi Xian disappeared, and he powerlessly fell to the ground. However, the blood rain that drifted for 50,000 kilometers was still sprinkling down. This also allowed Zhao Guo and the others to know that they weren't dreaming, and that the scene that had just happened was real. He destroyed the Warhound's army of hundreds of thousands by himself. Looking at Yi Xian's unconscious face, Zhao Guo's entire body trembled, his complexion pale to the extreme. He could hardly believe his own eyes. According to Zhao Guo's knowledge, it was impossible for a transcending tribulation cultivator to kill an army of hundreds of thousands. This was the method of an immortal, and it was a difference in the level of life. Could he be an immortal? Zhao Guo muttered to himself in shock, but his eyes were moving slightly. He looked at Yi Xian as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Your Highness, let's leave quickly. Regardless of whether this person is an immortal or not, just based on his cruel methods, if we wait until he wakes up, perhaps even your Highness will suffer a great calamity of life and death. One of the generals advised with a trembling voice. Yes, your Highness, this person must be a demonic cultivator. We'd better leave quickly, another general continued to persuade. Clearly, Yi Xian's cruel methods were too terrifying, causing these mortals to be extremely terrified. They didn't want to have any contact with Yi Xian at all. Unfortunately, Zhao Guo was an extremely ambitious person. Although he was also afraid of Yi Xian's cruel methods, he yearned for Yi Xian's power even more. Amidst his fear, there was also a hint of extreme excitement. If he could keep Yi Xian by his side, it would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the 10 nations, let alone inherit the throne of the small holy empire. When this thought arose in Zhao Guo's mind uncontrollably, his face flushed and his body trembled with excitement. He finally made an extremely crazy decision. Someone, prepare the horse. Zhao Guo waved his hand and asked a soldier to bring over a warhorse. He then went straight to Yi Xian's side and carried Yi Xian's body before placing him on the warhorse. Your Highness, are you crazy? Such a scene caused all the soldiers to cry out in shock. Their gazes towards Zhao Guo were filled with extreme horror. It was no wonder that the soldiers reacted that way. After all, they didn't know Yi Xian's background or origin. If they brought him back to the small holy empire, he would definitely destroy the small holy empire if he wakes up and starts a massacre. No one is allowed to spread what happened today. If I find out that anyone leaked what happened today, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between the ruler and my subjects, Zhao Guo said in an extremely cold voice as he looked around at the soldiers gloomily. Looking at Zhao Guo's gloomy face, the soldiers looked at each other, but they had no choice but to smile bitterly. They were all Zhao Guo's trusted subordinates and naturally had to follow his lead. Hence, they nodded helplessly. Small holy empire, imperial palace. Yi Xian was lying on a dragon bed. However, his face was twisted to the extreme. From time to time, wisps of demonic light would streak across his face. 2 palace maids with slender figures and beautiful appearances were using fragrant handkerchiefs to wipe away the cold sweat on Yi Xian's forehead. The 2 palace maids were already used to seeing this mysterious young man brought back by the second prince. Yi Xian had been unconscious for half a year. It wasn't that he didn't know what was going on around him, but that he was constantly suppressing the negative emotions in his soul. Otherwise, he would have woken up long ago. Yi Xian also knew where he was and that Zhao Guo was the second prince of the small holy empire. He didn't need to guess to know a thing or two about Zhao Guo's ambitions. In a pool filled with steam, Yi Xian was bathing and changing his clothes under the care of 2 palace maids. After half a year, the two palace maids had already gotten used to it and weren't as shy as before. However, the two palace maids were very puzzled. They didn't know who they were serving and why the second prince valued him so much. Suddenly, the steam rose and the void froze. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of black light streaked across his eyes. The two palace maids who were washing his body were stunned. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant. A black robe floated out of somewhere space. In the flickering light, Yi Xian's black robe suddenly disappeared from the pool. When he reappeared, he was already sitting cross-legged on the bed. My lord, you're awake." The two palace maids spoke shyly and hurriedly covered their exposed bodies. Their faces were flushed with shyness. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't look at the two palace maids. Clearly, the two palace maids' beauty was no different from a pink skeleton in his eyes. After all, Yi Xian had once played with the moon fairy. Why would he care about two mortal women? "Go and call your master to see me," Yi Xian said calmly. He had the dignity of a superior. The two palace maids didn't dare to neglect him. They tidied up their clothes and quickly left. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. When the door was gently pushed open, Zhao Go walked in wearing a dragon robe. When he saw that Yi Xian had regained consciousness, his face flushed red. "Junior Zhao Go greets senior." Zhao Go took 3 steps forward and quickly walked towards Yi Xian. He didn't have the slightest bit of the dignity of the royal family and directly knelt before Yi Xian. His posture was extremely humble. Chapter 367. They looked at each other indifferently. Yi Xian calmly looked at Zhao Go kneeling at his feet, showing no intention of letting him rise. As time passed, large amounts of sweat began to appear on Zhao Go's forehead. It was obvious that Zhao Go felt extremely uncomfortable in this silent atmosphere. However, he knew that the person he was facing was definitely not immortal. Before Yi Xian told him to get up, he could only quietly kneel there. The sun was setting, and night had fallen. Candles had already been lit all around the imperial palace, but the two of them had already fallen into darkness. "Rise." Suddenly, Yi Xian's calm voice caused Zhao Go's face to light up with joy. He struggled to get up from the ground, but kneeling on the ground for a long time caused his body to become unstable and his legs to become numb. "I have yet to ask for senior's name." In the pitch-black illusion, Zhao Go bowed with a flattering smile, but there was a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Logically speaking, as the second prince of a small holy empire, he was born with the dignity of the imperial family. Even when facing cultivators from large sects, he could be neither servile nor overbearing. But for some reason, when facing this mysterious black-clothed man, he felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. "I can see from your eyes that you are an extremely ambitious person, and you are definitely not a kind person. I know exactly what you are thinking in your heart." Yi Xian didn't care about Zhao Go's thoughts, but he was currently in a small holy empire. In order to cover his tracks, this Zhao Go would be of great use to him. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Go's expression changed slightly, but he could only smile flatteringly and bow. "Senior is wise. As long as you can help Junior seize the throne, Junior will definitely not forget Senior's great kindness." Zhao Go was a smart person, and Yi Xian liked to talk to smart people. Zhao Go wanted to borrow his strength to seize the throne, while he would hide in a small holy empire for a while. This could be considered a mutually beneficial transaction. 3 days. "I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, launch a coup and seize the throne. At that time, I will lend you a hand," Yi Xian said calmly. "Coup?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Go's expression changed greatly. His voice trembled as he said, "Senior may not know, but my elder brother, Zhao Sun, is in charge of the capital's 30,000 imperial guards, and imperial father has before Zhao Go could finish speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand. Remember, before absolute power, everything in this world is nothing. This is your only chance. You may leave. Yi Xian didn't give Zhao Go any time to explain, because in his eyes, a mere mortal kingdom could be annihilated with a single finger. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to hide in a small holy kingdom, he wouldn't have bothered with Zhao Go. Junior will take his leave. Yi Xian's at the same time, at Yi Xian, at the end of it of Xian's, of course, his to his of him. In the palace. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on his bed. A sliver of moonlight shone through the window, illuminating his face. He gazed at the lunar star in the sky, and the image of the goddess of lunar frost appeared in his mind. I wonder how that stupid woman is doing now, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had endured the backlash of the celestial demon and suppressed the dark, negative emotions in his soul. He had finally reappeared in the world. However, he could not appear in the three realms. Yi Xian knew very well that everyone believed him to be dead. If he appeared in the three realms, enlightened Master Yu Ding and the 12 golden immortals alone would not let him live. Yi Xian was a very cautious person, and a person who cherished his life. He would never place himself in danger, but he could not continue to hide like this. He needed to refine a trump card that could truly stand up to Daluo Jingxian. Buzz. His palm and fingers brushed the air, and starlight flickered. The inverse immortal array diagram appeared and floated in the void. However, the inverse immortal array diagram had long been cracked. It was obvious that it had suffered great damage in the battle with enlightened Master Yu Ding. Brother Bai, if it weren't for your inverse immortal array diagram, I'm afraid I would have died that day. Yi Xian held the inverse immortal array diagram in his hand. A touch of sadness flashed across his eyes. He really did not expect that it would be the inverse immortal array diagram that saved his life when his life was in danger. Lu Bai was a prodigy of the ages. He was able to create this unprecedented formation with the body of a mortal. Back then, Yi Xian had only thought of the inverse immortal array diagram as a memento of Lu Bai. He had never thought that the inverse immortal array diagram would have such great power. Not only had it saved his life, but it had also become his only means to stand up to Daluo Jingxian. Those who obey are immortals, those who defy are mortals. Across the sky and the earth, immortals become mortals. Yi Xian held the inverse immortal array diagram in his hand. As he murmured, the inverse immortal array diagram shone with bits of starlight. Yi Xian continued to observe the inverse immortal array diagram in his hand. He even sent his consciousness into it. After a few hours, his consciousness returned. The 8 gates of life and death. Across the sky and the earth, heaven and earth are reversed, and all living things are reincarnated. What a great inverse immortal array! Yi Xian sighed. He was deeply impressed by Lu Bai's talent. It's a pity that this inverse immortal array diagram was created with mortal materials. Although the array is unprecedented, its material is ultimately inferior. If it could be paired with 9 heaven crystal jade, 10,000-year cold iron stone, and other rare treasures of heaven and earth, it would definitely be able to unleash the unparalleled power of the inverse immortal array diagram. Yi Xian put away the inverse immortal array diagram. His voice was low and deep as he made a decision in his heart. The inverse immortal array diagram was his only means to fight against Daluo Jingxian. He wanted to reforge the inverse immortal array diagram and gather all the rare treasures of the world into one furnace. He wanted to let Lu Bai's peerless array truly show its true power. However, the first thing he needed to do now was to hide his tracks and help Zhao Go seize the throne. Only then could Zhao Go help him gather the materials to reforge the inverse immortal array diagram. 3 days later. It had to be said that Zhao Go was indeed a formidable person. His style of doing things was somewhat similar to Yi Xian's. It could be said that he was fighting with his back against the wall. He directly launched a mutiny in the capital of the small holy kingdom. Logically speaking, Zhao Gou's foundation was not stable and he did not have the guts to launch a mutiny. However, who asked him to have Yi Xian's support? When he returned to his residence that day, he did not sleep for the entire night. When he thought of the scene of Yi Xian slaughtering hundreds of thousands of war-hound soldiers, he made a decision. He would follow Yi Xian's instructions and prepare to seize the throne. On this day, in the capital of the small holy kingdom, all the citizens were hiding in their homes. Zhao Gou led 10,000 soldiers to fight with his elder brother Zhao Sun in the city. The drifting blood spilled over every inch of the capital and it was unknown how many soldiers died tragically. Since ancient times, the royal family was the most ruthless. They fought among themselves for power and profit. For the so-called throne, even father and son would turn against each other. Chapter 368. In the palace of the minor Saint Empire. The current emperor, Zhao Zai, was already old. When he heard that Zhao Gou had launched a coup to seize his throne, Zhao Zai was furious. He didn't expect his son to be so crazy. Kill! A loud battle cry came from outside the palace. A eunuch came to report in a panic. Your Majesty, the two princes have already led their troops outside the palace. What should we do now? Unfilial son, I am not dead yet, how dare they? Zhao Zai's face was red as he staggered out of the palace with the help of the eunuch. In the palace. Zhao Gou's face was cold as he led thousands of soldiers to confront his brother Zhao Sun. However, Zhao Sun had 10,000 soldiers behind him, so he obviously had a great advantage in numbers. Second brother, I really didn't expect that you would be so stupid. Where did you get the courage to start a mutiny with just a few thousand soldiers? Zhao Sun mocked, looking at Zhao Gou as if he was looking at a dead man. Ha! Zhao Gou laughed wildly. There was no fear in his eyes. He said, Big brother, if I were you, I would surrender now. That way, I can still keep my life. Zhao Sun knew his brother very well. If he didn't have some confidence, his brother wouldn't have launched a coup so recklessly. Obviously, he had a great trump card in his hand. Although he was a little afraid of Zhao Gou, Zhao Sun also had his own trump card. He looked at Zhao Gou with a hint of mockery. All of you, stop. Suddenly, when the two princes were confronting each other, the emperor of the minor Saint Empire, Zhao Zai, staggered out with the help of the eunuchs. This made the two princes' expressions change slightly, but neither of them spoke first. Unfilial son, I am not dead yet. How dare you do such a disgraceful thing? Zhao Zai shouted at the two of them angrily. Father, it was second brother who launched a coup to seize your throne. How dare I do such a disgraceful thing? Zhao Sun bowed to his father. Go, is what your brother said true? Zhao Zai asked Zhao Gou with a livid face. Imperial father, you are already old, and it is time for you to abdicate. If you had passed the throne to me earlier, how could today's events have occurred? Zhao Gou said bluntly. Unfilial son. After receiving Zhao Gou's reply, Zhao Zai angrily roared. It was obvious that he was greatly angered by Zhao Gou. Imperial father, there is no need to be angry. Once I capture second brother, I will hand him over to Imperial father for punishment. Zhao Sun stepped forward and waved his hand, causing 10,000 soldiers to surround Zhao Gou and the others. They looked at Zhao Gou with mocking expressions. Second brother, it doesn't matter what trump card you have that allowed you to launch a mutiny. Today, you will definitely die. Zhao Sun sneered in disdain. He turned around and looked at an old man in green. He bowed and said, Immortal Master Lin, you have made your move. Your Highness, there's no need for such formalities. The old man was holding a horsetail whisk and was surrounded by spirit force. He was a transcending tribulation cultivator. When Zhao Go saw this person, his expression changed slightly. Ancient Cloud Sex Lin Tianhe. Zhao Go cried out in shock. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign. Lin Tianhe bowed and said, "It seems that your highness knows me. In this case, your highness, please allow yourself to be captured so that I don't have to do it myself." Second brother, you didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Master Lin has already been conferred the title of Immortal Protector of the small Holy Empire. It's not too late for you to surrender now. Zhao Sun sneered, his eyes filled with confidence. At this moment, Zhao Go's expression was very ugly. He really didn't expect that his big brother could invite Lin Tianhe. This made him feel extremely vexed. All of a sudden, a slender figure appeared in front of Zhao Go. With the appearance of this person, heaven and earth became extremely stagnant. An unimaginable fluctuation spread between heaven and earth. Senior. When he saw the person beside him, Zhao Go was overjoyed and bowed to Yi Xian. This fellow Taoist is. Yi Xian's appearance also stunned Lin Tianhe. His eyes froze and an indescribable sense of horror rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he wasn't facing a human at all, but an unimaginably terrifying immortal. Immortal? Yes, an immortal. Lin Tianhe was an immortal cultivator in the tribulation stage. He had seen immortals before. Although he couldn't see Yi Xian's cultivation, he was very sure that Yi Xian was definitely an immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such a terrifying sense of oppression. The most important thing was that the appearance of the black-robed young man in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where at the moment. This person is. Lin Tianhe's body was drenched in cold sweat. He kept trying to recall something. After a few seconds, a light flashed across his mind as if he had remembered something. Hiss. Suddenly, Lin Tianhe sucked in a breath of cold air. His body trembled at this moment and his ruddy face turned pale. He finally remembered where he had seen this appearance before. The East Pole Emperor. Wasn't this the East Pole Emperor's appearance? It was in the Guyan sect. When the Celestial Court issued the Imperial Jade Slip, the East Pole Emperor's appearance was drawn on the Jade Slip. The Celestial Court had even ordered all the sects in the mortal world to report to the Celestial Court immediately if anyone discovered the East Pole Emperor's corpse. However, Lin Tianhe had never thought that the East Pole Emperor had died at the hands of perfected Yuding. Why had he appeared before him, alive and well? Lin Tianhe didn't dare to think about it, nor did he dare to ask. However, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He tried his best to suppress his panic and pretend that he didn't know Yi Xian. This was because Lin Tianhe was no fool. Since the East Pole Emperor was still alive and was hiding in the palace, he didn't want anyone to know his identity. If the East Pole Emperor discovered that Lin Tianhe had seen through his identity, Lin Tianhe would definitely die a tragic death. Your Highness, the matters of the mortal world have nothing to do with this humble Taoist. This humble Taoist is powerless to help. Farewell. Lin Tianhe didn't dare to look at Yi Xian at all. He did his best to pretend to be calm and bowed before slowly walking out of the palace. This scene caused Zhao Sun's face to be stunned, and he only recovered from his shock after a few breaths of time. However, before he could speak to persuade them to stay, an indifferent and emotionless voice slowly resounded. Since you've come, there's no need to leave. Whine. Heaven and earth were sealed and space froze. Before Lin Tianhe could leave the palace, the entire place had been sealed. Lin Tianhe's face turned ghastly pale. He knew that the East Pole Emperor had seen through him. Your Highness, please spare me. I'm only passing by. I would never dare to spread your news. Lin Tianhe's body trembled. He no longer dared to put on an act. He directly knelt on the ground and begged Yi Xian tearfully. Chapter 369. The Zhao father and son did not know who the emperor was. However, the Zhao father and son knew that Yi Xian's background was not simple to make Lin Tianhe act so humbly before Yi Xian. Among them, Zhao Sun was the most terrified, and a look of despair flashed across his eyes. Buzz. The world was filled with killing intent, and blood rained down. Yi Xian did nothing, but Lin Tianhe exploded into a cloud of blood mist and no longer existed between heaven and earth. Dong! With a point of his finger, immortal light sprinkled down, and the world was distorted to the extreme. The 10,000 soldiers under Zhao Sun's command were turned into dust, and the world became deathly silent. Yi Xian was indifferent, emotionless, and silent. These ants in the mortal world couldn't arouse the slightest bit of interest in Yi Xian. He didn't even want to waste his breath and directly killed them all. Suddenly turning around, Yi Xian drifted away, but his low voice fell into Zhao Gou's ears. If you want to successfully ascend the throne, this father and son pair will be your greatest restraint. I will only give you 1 day to stabilize your country, and then come see me. I have something to tell you. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Zhao Gou was speechless, and his face was flushed. He was extremely agitated at this moment, because Yi Xian gave him the feeling that he was too powerful. Strong, domineering, and lawless. This was the attitude that Yi Xian displayed. It was as if everything in the world was just an ant in his eyes, and he would not be moved in the slightest. Lin Tianhe was dead, and so were his subordinates. Zhao Sun was now alone, and the rest of the matter became very simple. It was said that the royal family was the most heartless. This sentence was well reflected in Zhao Gou's case. Zhao Sun was dismembered in the struggle for the throne, and his father, Zhao Zhe, was imprisoned deep in the palace. In the dead of night, he took poison and committed suicide. As for whether he really committed suicide, anyone with a discerning eye knew what had happened. When the dust settled, Zhao Gou finally ascended the throne as he wished, becoming the new monarch of the small holy empire. It was just that he had obtained his throne by killing his brother and father. However, under the suppression of Zhao Gou's martial power, these negative rumors had completely disappeared. When the sun rose the next day, Zhao Gou did not immediately hold the coronation ceremony. Instead, he went to visit Yi Xian alone because he knew that everything he had now was given to him by Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was able to help him seize the throne, he naturally had some requests for him. Thus, he did not dare to be negligent. He had been waiting outside the palace where Yi Xian lived for a long time. Come in. When Yi Xian's voice sounded, Zhao Gou quickly entered the palace and saw Yi Xian sitting cross-legged in the void. His body was emitting immortal light. This was also why he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Junior Zhao Gou kowtows to senior. In the face of Zhao Gou's humble attitude, Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "Vicious and merciless. You killed your brother and father. You can be considered an ambitious person." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Gou smiled flatteringly. He did not dare to show the slightest trace of anger on his face. He just knelt on the ground and listened to Yi Xian's teachings. Buzz. A white jade slip quietly appeared in front of Zhao Gou. Zhao Gou suspiciously caught it in his hand. This jade slip contains the materials I need. I don't care what method you use, but you must find them for me within 10 years. Zhao Gou did not dare to delay. He quickly checked the jade slip, but when he saw the materials recorded in the jade slip, his breathing stopped and his face became extremely bitter. Senior, this 10,000-year crystal jade is easy to find, but this outer frost iron is something that can only be found by chance. Junior. Zhao Gou wanted to say something, but stopped. His face clearly showed that he was in a difficult position. 10 years. In 10 years, I want you to gather all the materials. If I don't see these things in 10 years, there is no need for you and your country to continue existing. Yi Xian said ruthlessly. Clearly, he was not just saying it for fun.
If Zhao Go could not gather all the materials, his country would be destroyed and he would die. Zhao Go had already experienced Yi Xian's methods, and he deeply understood how terrifying Yi Xian could be. This made Zhao Go's forehead drip with cold sweat. He patted his chest and promised that he would gather all the materials for Yi Xian. Zhao Go left in fear. Even the coronation ceremony was hastily held. Afterward, he mobilized the entire country to gather the materials for Yi Xian. The minor Holy Empire was, after all, just a mortal country. There were 9 other countries spying on it, and they had been attacking each other for 10,000 years. 10 years. It was neither long nor short. In the eyes of immortals, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. But to Zhao Go, these 10 years were extremely important. He enslaved the common people, wantonly recruited soldiers, and started the War of the 10 Countries. In these 10 years, the minor Holy Empire was completely immersed in a reign of terror. He mobilized the entire country to plunder the resources of other countries. For a time, Zhao Go gained the title of a tyrant. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Go went from a young man to a middle-aged man. But 10 years of war made him shine with an iron-blooded killing intent. He had already grown into an emperor. Using war to support war, slaughtering the world. In just 10 years, under Zhao Go's iron-blooded methods, a total of 5 countries were destroyed. He also obtained a large amount of precious materials. On this day, 10 years later, Zhao Go once again came to pay a visit to Yi Xian. He had also finally completed the task that Yi Xian had given him. "Senior, this junior did not disappoint you. I have finally gathered all the materials. Please inspect them." Zhao Go was wearing an emperor's robe. There was a large pile of materials behind him. Obviously, they were the result of his 10 years of war. He had also spent a lot of effort. Now that he had finally completed the task, he felt relieved. "You have done well." Yi Xian waved his palm and fingers in the air. He directly put the materials for refining the inverse immortal formation diagram into the Sumera space. A blood-red light flashed across his eyes. With these materials, he could reforge the inverse immortal formation diagram. This would also give him the means to fight against Daoyuo Jingxian. "I will be in seclusion for a period of time. It may be 100 years or 1,000 years. If nothing major happens, today may be the last time we meet," Yi Xian said calmly. "Go. Unless your descendants encounter a calamity that exterminates their clan, don't come here to disturb me." Yi Xian waved his sleeve and let Zhao Go leave the palace. At the same time, Yi Xian's palace was shrouded by clouds and mist, no longer visible as a mortal. Zhao Go bitterly smiled as he looked at the palace that was covered by clouds. He knew that his fate with Yi Xian was over, but it was a good thing that he completed the mission Yi Xian gave him. Moreover, with such an immortal-like figure overseeing the depths of the palace, it would be immeasurable for the small holy kingdom. On this day, Zhao Go issued an imperial edict, directly turning Yi Xian's palace into a forbidden area. Regardless of the royal family or his descendants, only death awaited those who dared to step into the forbidden area. A few officials and members of the royal family immediately broke out into discussion. They didn't know why Zhao Go wanted to create such a forbidden area, but they naturally didn't dare to ask since it was an imperial edict. Chapter 370. It wasn't until a member of the royal family admitted that he had a close relationship with Zhao Go and even had the merit of following the dragon that he stepped into Yi Xian's forbidden area while drunk. What happened next caused the officials to be extremely horrified. This member of the imperial family was torn apart by Zhao Go, and his clan was executed along with 9 generations of his family. His fate was extremely miserable. It was also because of this incident that the officials and members of the imperial family of the small holy kingdom knew that the forbidden area in the depths of the imperial palace must not be entered, or the only result would be death.
The sea turned into mulberry fields, and the passage of time. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. The iron-blooded Emperor Zhao Go had long been buried in the earth, and the one who succeeded him was his seventh son, Zhao Lin. Since ancient times, the imperial family has been the most ruthless. When Zhao Go died of old age in the mortal world, the heirs once again began a war for the throne. Zhao Lin was also an ambitious and ruthless character. During this war for the throne, he kept a low profile. At the most critical moment, he revealed his fangs and slaughtered the other princes in one fell swoop, smoothly becoming the new emperor of the small holy kingdom. The Imperial Garden. Zhao Lin, who had just ascended the throne, was flushed with success. Accompanied by the empress and many officials, he would occasionally admire the flowers and the koi fish in the pond. He had a sense of leisure and contentment. "Your Majesty, we can't go any further." Suddenly, when Zhao Lin reached the end of the imperial garden, an old courtier called out a timely reminder. Zhao Lin had just ascended the throne and was in high spirits. The words of this official immediately made him a little dissatisfied. He was the emperor of a kingdom, where in this small holy kingdom could he not go? Forbidden area? Zhao Lin frowned slightly and looked at the end of the imperial garden. He saw a palace looming in the clouds, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. "Your Majesty, the late emperor once issued an imperial edict that no one is allowed to enter the forbidden area." Another official smiled flatteringly. "Humph, I want to see what is in the forbidden area that the late emperor attached so much importance to." Zhao Lin did not have any feelings towards this father of his. He still deeply remembered that when he was young, he had run to the edge of the forbidden grounds because he wanted to play, and had almost been killed by Zhao Go. If it was not for his mother's plea, he would have died in Zhao Go's hands when he was young. Moreover, Zhao Lin would never forget the way his imperial father, Zhao Go, looked at him. That pair of eyes were filled with killing intent. Even now, when he recalled it, it made him shudder. It was also because of this incident that he had been banished to the cold palace by Zhao Go at a young age. Although he had managed to keep his life, this incident was deeply engraved in his heart. Now that Zhao Go was dead and he had become the king of a small holy nation, he naturally wanted to see what was inside this forbidden area. Today, he seemed to be playing in the imperial garden, but his real purpose was to enter the forbidden area and see what was inside. Zhao Lin didn't say a word. His lips curled into a cold smile as he strode toward the forbidden area. This caused the expressions of the officials to change slightly, but they still quickly caught up to Zhao Lin. Very soon, Zhao Lin and the others arrived at the edge of the forbidden area, but the scene before them made them feel suffocated, and a silent fear spread in their hearts. A blood-red stone tablet was rooted at the edge of the forbidden area, and there were 8 large words inscribed on the stone tablet. "The forbidden area of the Zhao clan, trespassers shall die." The stone tablet was blood-red, and the words were bright. It was filled with an iron-blooded murderous aura, and it rushed toward Zhao Lin and the others. This is the previous emperor's handwriting," some of the officials exclaimed. Their eyes were slightly frozen as they looked at the blood-colored stone tablet. Evidently, when Zhao Go was alive, he was an iron-blooded monarch. Even though he had already passed away, he still gave off a silent intimidating aura. Zhao Lin's face was slightly pale, but he still strode toward the forbidden area. This caused the officials and the empress to advise him not to do anything rash. Suddenly, when Zhao Lin's foot had just stepped into the forbidden area, his expression suddenly changed. Zhao Go's face appeared in his mind, and the memories of the past that he didn't want to recall came one after another. It was a summer in the imperial garden. Zhao Go was teaching the princes martial skills, but when a eunuch hurriedly ran over and told the imperial father that the first prince had entered the forbidden area without permission, the imperial father's expression instantly turned icy cold. Zhao Lin would never forget that day. He saw Zhao Go enter the forbidden area with his own eyes, bring out his elder brother, and choke his elder brother to death in front of all the princes. Cold and merciless, killing his own son with his own hands. This extremely terrifying thing simply shattered Zhao Lin's courage, and it became the biggest shadow in his childhood. What shocked Zhao Lin the most was that Zhao Go had always been an immortal-like existence in his heart, and an indomitable monarch. But it was this iron-blooded monarch that was actually prostrating himself outside the forbidden grounds that day, constantly kowtowing and worshipping, as if he was asking for forgiveness from some kind of existence. Zhao Lin had never seen his imperial father so humble, and he saw something called fear in his imperial father's eyes. Even when his imperial father died of old age in the mortal world, Zhao Lin still couldn't understand what his imperial father, the iron-blooded great emperor, was afraid of. All the descendants of the Zhao clan are never allowed to step into the forbidden area unless they encounter a calamity that destroys the country. His imperial father Zhao Go's last words faintly rang in his ears. Even when he was about to die, he didn't care who would inherit his throne. Instead, he had always instructed his descendants to never step into the forbidden area. Thinking back, Zhao Lin was drenched in cold sweat. In the end, he didn't dare to take that step. He slowly withdrew his foot, and then silently looked at the blood-red stone tablet. Death to those who enter the forbidden area of the Zhao clan. Zhao Lin murmured to himself, and then sighed. He didn't look at the forbidden area again, and returned to the imperial garden with his many courtiers. At the same time, Ao Lai nation's army was strong and powerful. Their army had entered the border, and millions of elite soldiers were charging towards the small holy nation. Because of Zhao Go's death, the small holy nation was in chaos. Now was the best time to swallow up the small holy nation. Ao Lai, a large nation in the Dongxing divine continent, had countless cultivation sects, and was not something the small holy nation could compare to. Its current emperor received a decree from the various cultivation sects, and required Ao Lai to present many rare treasures. This also caused Ao Lai to set its sights on the small holy nation. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. The 33rd Celestial Court. How many years had it been? Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and no good news had happened in the Celestial Court. However, a piece of news shocked the immortals, caused an uproar in the three realms, and caused a great earthquake in the Celestial Court. The ruler of all things in the three realms, Jade Emperor Hao Tian. The ancient goddess, Moon Palace Master, Fairy of the Moon Palace, Chang Yi. These two people were completely unrelated to each other, yet they'd spread a piece of news that shocked the three dimensions. The Jade Emperor wanted to marry the Fairy of the Moon Palace as his wife, and he even sent out wedding invitations throughout the three realms. When such a ridiculous news spread, it was simply unbelievable. Whether it was the Tongtian Demon King, itinerant immortals, demons, or even bodhisattvas and Buddhas, they all received wedding invitations from the Celestial Court. When the rumor became true, it made the three realms speechless. The Fairy of the Moon Palace was the #1 fairy in the three realms. Countless immortals and gods adored her, but no one had ever received her favor. The three realms couldn't understand why the Fairy of the Moon Palace suddenly wanted to marry the Jade Emperor. The Celestial Court was in chaos, and the first person to cause trouble was the Queen Mother of the West. However, the Jade Emperor completely displayed his majesty when it came to the matter of the Fairy of the Moon Palace. No matter who it was, anyone who tried to dissuade him was suppressed by him. Be it the Chan School, Jia School, or the Western sects Mount Numinous, the Jade Emperor could be said to be incomparably domineering when it came to this matter. He didn't allow anyone to disobey him. The Queen Mother of the West fled to the Jade Pool, and a huge rift appeared between the couple. However, it couldn't change the Jade Emperor's mind. This was because the Jade Emperor had waited for too long. It had been hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that it was his lifelong dream to make the Fairy of the Moon Palace his woman. While the three realms were discussing, the Fairy of the Moon Palace and the Jade Emperor sat opposite each other in the Celestial Court's Lingxiao Hall. I hope you can keep your promise. Chang-yi, as long as you marry me, I will definitely not break my promise. You can rest assured. The short conversation between the two seemed to be a transaction. However, outsiders didn't know the content of the transaction. Chapter 371. Small Holy Nation, Town Hall. Zhao Lin sat on the throne while the officials stood on both sides of him. However, the atmosphere in the town hall was extremely heavy, and there was a silent fear slowly spreading in the hall. Report. A little eunuch rushed into the town hall in a panic, holding a blood-stained letter with both hands, and knelt in front of Zhao Lin. According to the battle report from the front line, Ao Lai's million-strong army has conquered half of the cities in the small holy nation. The 300,000 soldiers at the front line have all died, and we have no soldiers left. In less than 3 days, Ao Lai's million-strong army will invade the capital. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly. Bang! Zhao Lin suddenly slammed the table, and his face was a little distorted. He quickly took the battle report from the front line and read it with a gloomy face. After dozens of breaths, Zhao Lin's body was trembling, and the battle report in his hand fell to the ground. His whole body went limp on the throne. Damn it, how dare Ao Lai, how dare they? Zhao Lin roared, but there was a look of despair in his eyes. It was no wonder that Zhao Lin was so agitated. He had just ascended the throne, and his beautiful life as an emperor had just begun. However, in the face of Ao Lai's million-strong army, he couldn't do anything at all. When Zhao Go was still alive, he fought in the 10 Nations battlefield and was even given the title of Iron Blood Emperor. He was known as the tyrant of the generation, and wherever he went, he would leave nothing behind. Under Zhao Go's leadership, the small holy nation had a strong army, and even Ao Lai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. However, after Zhao Go's death, there was a great turmoil in the small holy nation. All the warlords were doing their own things, and the princes were fighting for the throne, which brought great turmoil to the small holy nation. At this moment, there were many things waiting to be done. The 300,000 soldiers at the front line had died, and Zhao Lin had no soldiers left. He was probably going to be the last emperor of the small holy nation, but this emperor was going to be a fallen emperor. Your Majesty, Ao Lai's million-strong army is bearing down on us. We have no choice but to give up on the capital city. Let's run for our lives, one of the officials said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, where there's life, there's hope. Only by giving up the capital can we have a chance to make a comeback. Another official also advised in a trembling voice. Humans didn't want to die, let alone the ministers of a small holy kingdom. Everyone knew that the sun was setting on the minor saint kingdom. When the million-strong army arrived, this so-called minor saint kingdom would no longer exist in this world. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, all sorts of persuading voices rang out, causing the entire discussion hall to become as noisy as a market. I'm not dead yet, all of you shut up. Suddenly, Zhao Lin angrily roared. His face was extremely ashen, and it caused the officials to fall silent. However, all of their faces were pale. It was obvious that they were extremely terrified at the thought of their country being destroyed. Remember this, I, Zhao Lin, am the emperor of a country. Even if I die, I won't run away from the capital. If you're afraid, then piss off. Even if I die, I'll protect this last inch of my country. Zhao Lin's face was hideous, his eyes were bloodshot. Looking at Zhao Lin's hideous face, one of the ministers said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, if you want to make a comeback, make a comeback. Zhao Lin roared ferociously, directly interrupting the official's words. How do you expect me to make a comeback? A million-strong army, that's a million-strong army. Even when my father was still alive, he didn't dare to say that he could stop this war. Even if I take my family and run away from the capital, I can only wander around in the future. How can I have a chance to make a comeback? Zhao Lin was already going crazy as he roared at the ministers. He knew very well that he didn't have a shred of hope. Ao Lai started this war. They could spare anyone's life, but they wouldn't spare the Zhao clan. Because they were the royal family, they represented the entire little holy empire. If they didn't kill Zhao Lin, how could Ao Lai let this go? Since ancient times, in any war that destroyed a country, the emperor must die. This was an iron law that had never been changed. Even if he took the Zhao clan and ran away from the capital, they would only be hunted down endlessly in the future. The only result was still death. I've made up my mind. Even if I become the emperor of a destroyed country, I will live and die with the little holy empire. You can all leave. Zhao Lin waved his hand, causing the expressions of the officials to change slightly. However, they couldn't say anything and all left the discussion hall. However, some of the officials had already packed up their belongings and prepared carriages to leave the capital. Obviously, in the face of life and death, these ministers could only throw away their so-called loyalty. They didn't want to die with Zhao Lin. Inside the imperial palace, Zhao Lin sat on the throne with Empress Li beside him. Many of his sons knelt beside Zhao Lin. Traces of tears could be seen on their faces. What are you crying for? You are all descendants of the Zhao clan. The little holy empire is the foundation of the Zhao clan. Even if we die, the Zhao clan will protect this last inch of our country. We can't let outsiders laugh at the Zhao clan. Zhao Lin's dignified and angry rebuke caused many of his sons to stop crying. They didn't dare to show their weak side in front of Zhao Lin. Your Majesty, I'm not afraid of death. It's just that Long, and the others are all your sons. In this disaster, I hope your Majesty can preserve the last trace of the Zhao clan's bloodline. Empress Li begged sorrowfully. Annihilation of a country? The Zhao clan's bloodline? Suddenly, Zhao Lin murmured. His breathing froze at this moment because Empress Li's words reminded him of his father Zhao Go's last words. All descendants of the Zhao clan will never step into the forbidden area unless it's a disaster. Zhao Lin was muttering to himself. A flush of red appeared on his face. His body was trembling at this moment. Under Empress Li's shocked gaze, he abruptly got up from the emperor's throne and ran towards the imperial garden as if he had gone mad. Quick, follow your Majesty! Empress Li shouted in panic. At the end of the imperial garden, the blood-red stone tablet was rooted here. The bloody words were very eye-catching. When Empress Li and the others arrived, they only saw Zhao Lin kneeling in front of the blood-red stone tablet. He was madly kowtowing towards the forbidden area. Junior Zhao Lin is the current ruler of the little holy empire. Ao Lai's millions of soldiers are pressing on our borders. Our little holy empire is facing a disaster. If there really is a secret of the Zhao clan in the forbidden area, Zhao Lin seemed to have fallen into madness. He kept saying something to the forbidden area. He kept kowtowing, but he didn't get any response. Your Majesty! Looking at Zhao Lin's bleeding forehead, Empress Li couldn't bear it. She quickly walked to Zhao Lin and said, Your Majesty, get up quickly. If there really is a secret of the little holy empire in the forbidden area, my father would have told his descendants before he died. Chapter 372. No, it must be wrong. There must be a master in the forbidden area. Although father didn't say it, I can't forget the look in his eyes. I will never forget it. Zhao Lin said to himself crazily, father was very scared. That was a look of awe. I have never seen father so panicked. Suddenly, Zhao Lin grabbed Empress Li's shoulder and shook it. Do you know that back then, the first prince accidentally trespassed into the forbidden grounds and imperial father strangled the first prince to death? The eldest prince? He was father's most beloved son, but father killed him with his own hands. Killed him. Zhao Lin said to himself crazily. He fell into a silent fear, as if he was recalling the scene of the past. His body trembled slightly. But what does this have to do with your majesty? Empress Li knew about this, but she didn't understand why Zhao Lin would mention it again. How can this have nothing to do with me? Because I was the one who lured the eldest prince into the forbidden area. Zhao Lin smiled bitterly, which made Empress Li's expression change. She didn't expect Zhao Lin to do such a despicable thing. It's all in the past. Your Majesty, don't mention it again. Empress Li held Zhao Lin in her arms and tried to soften her voice as much as possible to comfort Zhao Lin. No, I must mention it. Back then, after royal father killed the first prince, he knelt here just like he is now, as if he was apologizing to someone. At that time, I knew that there must be an extraordinary person in this forbidden area. Zhao Lin's lips were pale, and his voice was extremely certain. Zhao Lin said a lot of secrets that day, which made Empress Li tremble with fear. But now, none of this was important, because in 3 days, the small holy empire would cease to exist. The sun set and night fell. Zhao Lin finally retreated, because no matter how much he begged the existence in the forbidden area, he didn't get any response. 3 days later. The country was destroyed, and the cries shook the sky. The gate of the small holy empire was broken, and millions of soldiers marched in. Countless people died in the city, and a large number of Ao Lai's soldiers burned, killed, and looted, causing the entire capital to fall into a bloody storm. Imperial Palace. The great general of Ao Lai country led an army of 30,000 and charged straight in. Every time he slashed out, he would take away a large number of lives. When he saw the beautiful palace maids and concubines, he would capture them and enjoy them after the battle ended. Bang! The palace door was blown to smithereens, and General Ao Lai strode in. However, the scene that greeted him left him stunned. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Zhao Lin, I thought you had already escaped. I didn't expect you to still have the spirit of a king and still stay in the palace. General Ao Lai sneered. On the emperor's throne, Zhao Lin was wearing the emperor's robe with 9 dragons. There wasn't any fear on his face. He looked at General Ao Lai calmly. I am the son of heaven. Even if I become the ruler of a fallen country, I will live and die with my country, Zhao Lin said in a dignified voice. Ha! General Ao Lai laughed contemptuously. Then, he looked around and said, your so-called dignity is nothing but bullshit in my eyes. Today, not only will you die, but everyone in your Zhao clan will die as well. Li Guang, you are the general of Ao Lai country. I have heard that you have killed countless people. Wherever you go, you leave nothing behind. Since you want to exterminate my Zhao clan, then follow me. Zhao Lin got up from the emperor's throne and walked towards the imperial garden. Li Guang smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Lin playing any tricks because the entire capital was surrounded by his million-strong army. No one could save the lives of the Zhao clan. At the end of the imperial garden, the blood-red stone tablet was extremely eye-catching. All the members of the Zhao clan were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the stone tablet. When Zhao Lin walked in front of his clansmen, he looked into the depths of the forbidden area with a last glimmer of hope. Zhao Lin knew that he had reached a dead end. Right now, only the existence of this forbidden land might be able to turn the tide. This was also the reason why he had gathered the descendants of his clan here. Zhao Lin, I don't care what tricks you want to play. Today, you and your clansmen will die here. Li Guang naturally saw the blood-colored stone tablet. However, he didn't have any fear in his heart. He unsheathed the steel sword in his hand and led many soldiers to surround Zhao Lin and the others. Bang! Suddenly, Zhao Lin knelt in front of the blood-colored stone tablet. His voice was sorrowful and desperate as he said, Senior, please save the lives of my Zhao clan. Today, no one can save you. Li Guang smiled coldly and slashed at Zhao Lin with his sword. This also made the Zhao clan cry out in alarm. Zhao Lin clenched his fists and stared at the depths of the forbidden area. However, there was a flash of despair in his eyes. Was there really no expert in the forbidden area? Was everything just his own conjecture? The chill of the steel sword made Zhao Lin's hair stand on end. This also made him smile bitterly in despair. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Buzz. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have frozen. This part of the world suddenly stagnated. There was even a gust of wind that blew through the world and blew away the clouds in the depths of the forbidden area. A slender figure slowly walked out of the fog. There was no power around him, nor was there any aura. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars in the sky were rotating in his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. It was as if thunder from the ninth heaven exploded, as if the waves of the vast ocean were attacking. Yi Xian's eyes frowned slightly. There was only indifference and ruthlessness in his eyes. However, with every step he took, the world in all directions was distorted to the extreme. It was as if it would collapse at any time. This is the existence that Father is afraid of. When Zhao Lin saw Yi Xian walk out of the forbidden area, he was completely stunned. However, his body kept trembling because he knew that their Zhao clan might be saved. Not only Zhao Lin, but the other members of the Zhao clan also looked at Yi Xian in a daze. They did not know what relationship Yi Xian had with their Zhao clan. Who are you? Li Guang's body was tensed up. He even seemed to be fierce as he roared at Yi Xian. This was because this person who suddenly appeared gave him a sense of death, which made him faintly unable to breathe. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to a weak mortal like Li Guang. His eyes narrowed slightly and an extremely terrifying thing happened. Bang! The void collapsed and everything was destroyed. Li Guang did not even have the time to scream before he was directly turned into ashes and no longer existed in this world. It was not just Li Guang. The tens of thousands of soldiers in Ao Lai shattered like sand. They were all turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. This caused the world to become deathly silent. Zhao Lin sat paralyzed on the ground as if he had been struck dumb. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have dared to believe what he had just seen. An army of tens of thousands had been turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. This was simply something that only an immortal could do. It was also at this moment that Zhao Lin finally understood why Father had listed this place as a forbidden area. He also understood why Father had personally killed the first prince. He was afraid of angering the existence in this forbidden area. You're Zhao Gou's son. Yi Xian looked indifferently at Zhao Lin. His voice was very calm. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhao Lin immediately returned to his senses and knelt down to kowtow. Junior Zhao Lin is Father's seventh son. I kowtow to Senior. Where is Zhao Gou? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Father has already passed away. However, before he died, he instructed us descendants not to disturb Senior's cultivation. Today, the Zhao clan is facing a great calamity. I hope that Senior can help our little saint nation out of this calamity for the sake of Father's sake. Zhao Lin's voice trembled as he kowtowed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded when he heard Zhao Lin's words. He was not too surprised. After all, 300 years had passed. It was not strange that Zhao Gou had died of old age in the mortal world. Very well. Back then, your father could be considered to be fated with me. He even helped me find many materials to set up a formation. Today, I will return the favor. Yi Xian said calmly and stepped into the sky. However, Zhao Lin's anxious voice came from behind him. Senior, the capital is now surrounded by Ao Lai's army of millions. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not stop. When he appeared again,
he was already sitting cross-legged in the sky. Above the firmament, in the void, a spot of immortal light bloomed in Yi Xian's hand. He looked down at the capital city with a ruthless look in his eyes. Kill! The moment he spoke, the immortal light shook the sky. A great immortal spell came down and covered the entire capital city. A scene of a sea of blood appeared. Rumble! The bodies of Ao Lai's army of millions crumbled inch by inch under the annihilation of the immortal light. A bloody mist covered the sky and earth. Miserable cries could be heard. Helpless cries and pleas could be heard everywhere. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have the slightest bit of pity. He sat cross-legged in the sky and looked down indifferently at the millions of soldiers who died tragically in the capital city of the little saint nation. The lives of mortals are too fragile. Yi Xian shook his head slowly and sighed. What kind of monster dares to slaughter the living beings of the mortal world? Suddenly, a dignified and angry voice came from the heavens and earth, causing the world to rumble and shake. The immortal light of immortal light filled the sky and an unimaginably terrifying pressure pressed down on Yi Xian. Daluo Jingxian. Yi Xian's expression slightly changed as his eyes darkened. He never would have thought that after going into seclusion for 300 years to refine the immortal defying diagram, he would actually encounter a great golden immortal the moment he came out of seclusion. Purple energy spread out for 30,000 kilometers, and the great Luo immortal light covered the sky and the earth. As the endless heavens and earth shook, a young man in a purple imperial robe traversed 1,000,000 kilometers through the sky towards Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian rose from the void and looked at the newcomer with his hands behind his back. His voice was cold and sinister. Chapter 373. There was a difference between mortals and immortals. To Yi Xian, if he wanted to kill someone, be it an immortal or a mortal, they would all die at his hands. There was no such thing as pity or benevolence, because this was how he had progressed since his youth. He had always believed in the principle that the strong were respected and the weak were treated like dogs. In the blink of an eye, the million-strong army of Ao Lai had been annihilated. Amidst the bloody mist that filled the air, the angry howls of vengeful spirits could be heard. This was proof of how much slaughter Yi Xian had committed. However, the heavens were benevolent. When a Daluo Jingxian passed by and discovered that Yi Xian had committed such a deranged act, the Daluo Jingxian was enraged and headed straight for Yi Xian from 1,000,000 miles away. Fearless and unperturbed, Yi Xian would have fled without a word 300 years ago. But now, he had just finished refining a new immortal defying formation. This was his trump card against the Daluo Jingxian, so how could he flee without a fight? Rumble. Thousands of strands of auspicious qi, immortal light rippled, and violet qi spread for 30,000 miles. A young man in purple imperial robes stepped through the air. The immortal light of the great firmament rippling around him made him seem even more noble and extraordinary. Just the aura he exuded was enough to make others feel inferior. Insolent immortal, how dare you harm mortals? Why don't you quickly surrender? The young man in purple had his hands behind his back. His starry robes fluttered slightly, and a heaven-like pressure pressed down on Yi Xian. I'm asking who you are. Didn't you hear me? Yi Xian's eyes were malicious and his voice was cold. A sinister glint flashed through his eyes as he looked at the young man. Daluo Jingxian was absolutely not a nobody, and he was a great figure in the 3 dimensions. Even though Yi Xian had never met him, he'd faintly guessed his identity. She wore a violet imperial robe and was surrounded by the energy of stars. Moreover, she spoke in a dignified and graceful manner. In the entire 3 dimensions, only the legendary imperial monarch Ziwei could compare to her. The 3 great celestial emperors of the celestial court were Emperor Zhenwu, Emperor Go Chen, and Emperor Ziwei. Together with the East Pole Emperor, who rose to power later, they were known as the 4 celestial emperors of the celestial court.
Of course, even though he had an undeserved reputation as the East End imperial monarch, he didn't possess the strength to match an imperial monarch, and this was something that had always been criticized by all the living beings in the three dimensions. However, Yi Xian had never imagined that he would encounter the legendary imperial monarch Ziwei as soon as he came out of seclusion. This was too much of a coincidence. I'm Ziwei. Who are you? Emperor Ziwei spoke in a dignified manner, but a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian. After all, he was one of the three great imperial monarchs of the celestial court, and he himself was the Daluo Jingxian. He was revered by all the living beings in the three dimensions. Regardless of whether it was a demon king or an immortal, all of them would bow and scrape before him. However, the black-robed man before him had overturned his understanding. The Daluo Jingxian was clearly just an overarching heaven golden immortal, but he didn't show any fear when facing him. Instead, he looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This made Emperor Ziwei wonder who Yi Xian was. However, no matter how hard Emperor Ziwei thought, he couldn't recall Yi Xian from the three dimensions. What made Emperor Ziwei feel the most apprehensive was that he actually felt a sense of dread when facing Yi Xian. This was the reason why he didn't attack directly. Emperor Ziwei. It's really you. Yi Xian nodded slowly, finally confirming the other party's identity. Immortal, you have no manners. First, you slaughtered innocent people in the mortal world. Then, you didn't even greet me when you saw me. Perhaps I'll teach you a lesson today. Emperor Ziwei said sternly. Although he had an indescribable fear for Yi Xian, the Daluo Jingxian was the Daluo Jingxian after all. Yi Xian was just an overarching heaven golden immortal. How could he be a match for him? Teach me a lesson. Yi Xian smiled. He really did smile. However, his smile was extremely strange, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. The way he looked at Empress Myrtle Star was as if he was looking at a strange object that he was delighted to hunt. It was no wonder that Yi Xian reacted this way. He had just refined a new inverse immortal array diagram and wanted to find a Daluo Jingxian to test the power of the inverse immortal array diagram. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei was meddling in other people's business, which was exactly what he wanted. Ziwei, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you can't teach me a lesson. Yi Xian smiled contemptuously. The overarching heaven golden light rippled out and the inverse immortal array diagram quietly appeared in his palm. He looked at Emperor Ziwei with a hint of provocation in his eyes. How dare you? Even a clay figurine would have a bit of anger, let alone Empress Myrtle Star. When he saw Yi Xian's provocative expression, Empress Myrtle Star was enraged. Seal. A speck of Daluo immortal light streaked across the sky and tore apart the starry sky. It transformed into a giant finger of immortal light that stretched across the sky. When the finger of immortal light descended on Yi Xian, the entire world seemed to be faintly collapsing. Its terrifying power was simply unbearable to look directly at. Those who obey are immortals, those who defy are mortals. Immortals and mortals are separated by a single thought. Defy. Yi Xian smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, he struck out with the inverse immortal array diagram. Something extremely strange and terrifying happened. Bang! 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 The 8 gates of life and death, the universe and all phenomena. The 8 gates of starlight spread across the luminous sky. The sky cracked open and the void shattered. Billions of rays of starlight descended from the luminous sky and covered the entire world. Bang! There was a deafening explosion that shattered the past and present. The giant finger of immortal light that Celestial Emperor Ziwei had unleashed was instantly reduced to nothingness. Even the spiritual energy in the boundless world had become extremely violent and filled with an extremely bizarre power of laws. What formation is this? My cultivation state, how could my cultivation state? Within the inverse immortal array diagram, Emperor Ziwei could feel his cultivation state slipping away continuously. To think that Daoyuo Jinxian's cultivation state would be regressing. This was something that had him absolutely terrified. He could not have imagined that something as horrifying as this could happen. This is the mountain river map of Queen Yua. No, this isn't the mountain river map. Ziwei heaven and earth screamed out in fear. However, the gaze he used to look at the inverse immortal array diagram with was one of extreme horror. Above the heavens, in the void, Yi Xian strode over slowly. His expression was calm and indifferent as his hoarse voice reverberated through the entire world. The 8 gates of life and death, the universe and all phenomena. Heaven and earth reverse, turning immortals into mortals. This is the inverse immortal array diagram. It was created by a friend of mine. Now that it has reappeared in the 3 realms, it is your fortune to be able to experience the might of the inverse immortal array diagram for yourself. Inverse immortal array diagram. Emperor Ziwei heaven and earth mumbled to himself as he tried to recall if there was such a formation in the 3 realms. However, no matter how hard Emperor Ziwei heaven and earth tried to recall, he had never heard of any inverse immortal array diagram in the 3 realms. The 12 heavenly demon gods formation, immortal slaying formation, 9 Ben's Yellow River formation, 10,000 immortals formation. He had heard of all the famous formations in the 3 realms. However, he had never seen such a strange formation before. Chapter 374. No, if this continued, he would be trapped in the immortal defying formation and die. Empress Myrtle Star thought for only a moment, but he could feel his cultivation base slipping away. He was about to fall into the golden immortal realm of the great firmament. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid he would fail miserably. If I kill you, the formation will naturally be broken. Emperor Ziwei roared and attacked Yi Xian. The immortal light of the great all-embracing heaven surged in all directions and was about to capture Yi Xian. Emperor Ziwei was right. As long as he took down Yi Xian, the immortal defying formation would naturally be broken. However, since Yi Xian wanted to fight with him, he naturally wouldn't have thought of this place. Rumble. With the stars in his left hand and the sun and moon in his right, Yi Xian's cultivation base was increased to an extremely terrifying level with the support of the immortal defying formation. When his palm and fingers swept through the air, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Come. It was a simple word, but it shattered heaven and earth and turned thousands of miles of mountains and rivers into dust. Several meteors from the luminous firmament fell from the heavens, each one 1,000,000 miles in size. Their tails carried with them millions of miles of fiery light as they came crashing down on Empress Myrtle Star. Yi Xian moved the world with his palm and fingers and grabbed the stars with his bare hands. He used the meteorites as a heavy weapon and attacked Emperor Ziwei with an aura that could suppress all things. Bang! 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 The stars exploded and all things were destroyed. Emperor Ziwei didn't dare to be careless in the face of Yi Xian's terrifying technique. At this moment, he truly regarded Yi Xian as his greatest enemy. He used all the means he could use to shatter the meteorites and turn thousands of miles of the world into a vacuum. Crepe Myrtle, let me see how capable you are. Yi Xian laughed wildly. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared beside Empress Myrtle Star. His fists shook the heavens and earth as they violently pressed down towards Empress Myrtle Star. Damn it! Emperor Lord Ziwei's face was flushed red, and she similarly brandished her fists, bringing along Ziwei's star energy as she charged towards Yi Xian. This also caused the two of them to thoroughly engage in battle. This battle caused the mountains and rivers to crumble and everything to turn into ashes. All living beings within a radius of 5 million kilometers were annihilated, the rivers, lakes, and seas were vaporized into smoke, and the mountains, rivers, and earth within a radius of 5 million kilometers had long since turned into dust. Ziwei, is that all you've got? Yi Xian was laughing wildly. His fists transformed into stars that filled the sky as they violently blasted towards Monarch Ziwei. This also caused Monarch Ziwei to retaliate violently as well. However, her face was extremely red. "Bullshit, I must teach you a good lesson today," Monarch Ziwei roared in embarrassment and anger. Monarch Ziwei could be said to be very aggrieved and had a great sense of defeat. He was the dignified Daluo Jingxian, but today, he was actually evenly matched with an all-heaven golden immortal. If news of this spread, wouldn't all the living beings in the three realms laugh their heads off? Although Monarch Ziwei knew that the other party was relying on the array formation, the array formation was also a display of combat strength. The other party could rely on the array formation to force her to such an extent. This was also considered the other party's ability. Moreover, Monarch Ziwei was very regretful now. He had only received the Jade Emperor's wedding invitation and happened to pass by this place. However, he saw Yi Xian killing mortals, which made him want to intervene. However, who would have thought that Yi Xian would turn out to be an extremely difficult bone to chew? Now, he was in a dilemma. What frightened Monarch Ziwei the most was that he was in the immortal defying array diagram and his cultivation was constantly depleting. He was about to fall to the all-heaven golden immortal realm. In this situation, Yi Xian became more and more powerful as he fought. He was afraid that when he fell to the all-heaven golden immortal realm, he would definitely be killed by Yi Xian. When Monarch Ziwei thought of this outcome, a row of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He constantly scolded himself for being a busybody. Why did he have to be so bored and care about the lives of these mortals? If they died, so be it. What did it have to do with him? Although Monarch Ziwei was very regretful now, he could only helplessly face Yi Xian's attack and faintly show signs of defeat. Boom! Their fists collided and their figures retreated. After a fierce battle, the two of them finally separated. Without waiting for Yi Xian to attack again, Empress Myrtle Star waved her hand and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting." Buzz! Yi Xian paused and the immortal light around him froze slightly. He did not attack Monarch Ziwei again. This also made Monarch Ziwei secretly sigh. He was really afraid that Yi Xian, this terrifying guy, would insist on fighting to the death with him. Fellow Daoist, your cultivation is Tong Tian. Although you are an all-heaven golden immortal, your combat strength is unparalleled. I admire you very much. Monarch Ziwei pretended to be dignified and bowed to Yi Xian with cupped fists. In fact, he had already lowered his status and treated Yi Xian as someone of the same level. Looking at Monarch Ziwei's flushed face, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He knew that Monarch Ziwei wanted to find a way out for himself. Of course, Yi Xian had no enmity with Monarch Ziwei. He also did not really want to fight to the death with Ziwei. He only wanted to test the power of the inverse immortal array. Wasn't there a saying that one would not hit a smiling person? Since Monarch Ziwei had already admitted defeat, and the opponent was Daluo Jingxian, Yi Xian did not want to see the result if he pushed too far and made the opponent want to fight to the death. It was not that Yi Xian was afraid of Monarch Ziwei, but there was no need for this. The people he really wanted to kill were Yu Ding, the Jade Emperor, and the others. Only a fool would make an enemy of Monarch Ziwei for no reason. It was definitely not something a smart person like Yi Xian would do. Fellow Daoist Ziwei is indeed Daluo Jingxian. If I did not have the inverse immortal array, I would not be a match for fellow Daoist Ziwei. Yi Xian smiled and put away the inverse immortal array. Respect was given to each other. Monarch Ziwei had admitted defeat first, and then Yi Xian had humbled himself. This made Monarch Ziwei have a good impression of Yi Xian. Previously, when Yi Xian killed mortals, it seemed like a small matter. Whether it was mortals or immortals, the so-called reason was based on the situation of equality. Monarch Ziwei used to think that he was Daluo Jingxian, a high and mighty existence. Yi Xian was just an all-heaven golden immortal. When he saw Yi Xian killing innocents, he naturally saw him as an evil demon. He wanted to suppress him to show off his prestige as monarch Ziwei. However, after the battle with Yi Xian, he realized that Yi Xian was not inferior to him. This made him treat Yi Xian as someone of the same level. His view of Yi Xian had changed greatly. People of their level had only killed some mortal ants. This was not a big deal at all. Why would he make an enemy of Yi Xian for some useless mortals? Of course, this also proved a principle. In the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, the strong were as heavy as mountains, and the weak crawled like ants. Whoever had the bigger fist had the right to speak. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. Moreover, monarch Ziwei also knew that he was slightly inferior to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had given him a way out and saved his face. This made monarch Ziwei have a good impression of Yi Xian. He already had the intention of befriending him. Chapter 375. May I know your name and which immortal mountain or blessed land you're cultivating in? If there's nothing important, I would like to invite you for a drink. I wonder if you'll do me the honor. Emperor Ziwei sincerely invited Yi Xian and did not mention Yi Xian's indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. How would I dare to disobey fellow Daoist Ziwei's invitation? Yi Xian smiled. Huh, fellow Daoist, you're indeed straightforward. Please. Emperor Ziwei laughed loudly. He rode a golden cloud and shot into the distance. This also allowed Yi Xian to follow behind him. Along the way, the two of them secretly competed with each other in terms of leg strength. However, what surprised Empress Myrtle Star was that Yi Xian was clearly an all-heaven golden immortal, but his speed wasn't inferior to his. No matter how fast he increased his speed, Yi Xian was always able to follow behind him at a leisurely pace. This also made Emperor Ziwei acknowledge Yi Xian even more. He completely treated Yi Xian as someone on the same level. On an immortal mountain surrounded by spiritual energy. Yi Xian and Empress Myrtle Star sat across from each other in a pavilion on a mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist. A jug of immortal wine lay between the two of them. Let me toast you, fellow Daoist. Emperor Ziwei raised his wine cup and clinked it with Yi Xian's. The two of them drank the wine in their cups together and then laughed loudly. They naturally appreciated each other. Fellow Daoist, I've roamed the heaven, earth, and mortal realms for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never seen such a heaven-defying person like you. I searched all my memories, but I couldn't find anyone like you. Please tell me your name, fellow Daoist, Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. I'm just a nobody. If fellow Daoist Ziwei is willing, you can call me Yi Dao Yu. Yi Xian did not say his name and gave Emperor Ziwei an ambiguous answer. Emperor Ziwei was not a person who wanted to get to the bottom of things. Since Yi Xian was holding back, he naturally would not continue to ask. Fellow Daoist Yi, it's not that I want to brag about you, but with your combat prowess, there's no one in the all-heaven golden immortals who can match you at all. Even among perfected golden immortals, you can still stand proudly. When you step into the realm of perfected golden immortals, I'm afraid there will be a place for you in this world. Empress Myrtle Star sighed. Fellow Ziwei, you must be joking. How can the Daoyuo Jinxian be so easy to step into? Today, we got to know each other after a fight. It's fate between us. Let me toast you. Yi Xian smiled and raised his wine cup and drank the wine in it. A so-called friend was someone who had the ability to flip a table and the cultivation of not flipping a table. On this day, Empress Myrtle Star was in a great mood. She was exchanging cups with Yi Xian in the clouds of the Immortal Mountain. She truly felt regretful that they hadn't met earlier. Fellow Ziwei, why did you appear in the small holy empire? Where are you going this time? Whether it was a casual chat or a casual question, Yi Xian smiled and asked, and the two of them were drinking wine. Yi Dao Yu, you don't know. The Jade Emperor of the Celestial Court sent me a jade slip. 3 years later, he and the Fairy of the Moon Palace, as Emperor Ziwei slowly narrated, Yi Xian's smiling face gradually turned cold. A trace of sinister killing intent quietly flashed across his eyes. However, Emperor Ziwei did not notice Yi Xian's abnormality and continued talking. Although Emperor Ziwei was one of the 3 celestial emperors of the Celestial Court, he was not in the Celestial Court all year round. Instead, he wandered the 3 realms. Usually, he drank wine and discussed the Tao with some of his good friends. He was free and unfettered. However, the Jade Emperor wanted to marry the Fairy of the Moon Palace and had sent out wedding invitations. Emperor Ziwei had to give face to him. On the way back to the Celestial Court, he met Yi Xian, which led to the scene just now. The Fairy of the Moon Palace? She's an ancient goddess. I really don't understand. Why would she marry the Jade Emperor? When the Fairy of the Moon Palace was mentioned, Emperor Ziwei's eyes were filled with infatuation. He said that it was a pity. Clearly, he had seen the Fairy of the Moon Palace before. Although he was not infatuated with the Fairy of the Moon Palace like the Jade Emperor, he still had some feelings of admiration for the Fairy of the Moon Palace. Humph, I think the Jade Emperor is courting death. Suddenly, Yi Xian said coldly, which woke Emperor Ziwei up. When he saw Yi Xian's cold expression, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Yi Dao, you must have seen the Fairy of the Moon Palace before. However, the Fairy of the Moon Palace is too sensitive. The Jade Emperor has indeed gone crazy. I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as it seems. As soon as Empress Myrtle Star finished speaking, Yi Xian lightly smiled. However, his smile was filled with indescribable killing intent. Fairy Guang Han was a woman that he, Yi Xian, had decided on, and was even viewed as his personal plaything. Not to mention nonsense like love, in Yi Xian's heart, he'd long since labeled Fairy Guang Han as his own. How could he allow others to taint her? Now, the Jade Emperor dared to attack the Fairy of the Moon Palace. How could Yi Xian tolerate this? If the Jade Emperor really took the Fairy of the Moon Palace, it would not mean that Yi Xian was cuckolded. Instead, it would make Yi Xian feel disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Yi Xian did not forget that the Fairy of the Moon Palace had pleaded with the Jade Emperor for him during his battle with perfected Yu Ding 300 years ago. Although he did not accept it, he had never forgotten the Jade Emperor's mocking and disdainful gaze. All right. The matter between the Fairy of the Moon Palace and the Jade Emperor has nothing to do with us. Let's not talk about this anymore. Emperor Ziwei smiled. The more he looked at Yi Xian, the more he felt close to him. The two of them toasted and drank again. However, Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, as if he was making a very important decision. When the 2 jars of immortal wine were finished, Emperor Ziwei's gaze finally settled. His expression became solemn as he said, Yi Dao Yu, we hit it off very well today. I have a suggestion. I want to become brothers with you. I wonder if you are willing. Originally, Yi Xian was immersed in the matter of the Fairy of the Moon Palace. When he heard Emperor Ziwei's words, he also woke up from his thoughts. When he looked at Emperor Ziwei, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Perhaps he felt Yi Xian's surprise. Emperor Ziwei smiled and said, a worthy younger brother, don't blame me for being reckless. It's just that I hit it off with you at first sight. I am more optimistic about your future. If a worthy younger brother is unwilling, I will not force you. In fact, Emperor Ziwei was a very proud person. Very few people were worthy of his attention. However, after the battle with Yi Xian today, he wanted to try his best to befriend Yi Xian. One had to know that ever since the creation of the world, there had never been a golden immortal of the great firmament who could defeat a golden immortal of the great firmament. It was simply a fantasy, but Empress Myrtle Star had encountered it and personally experienced it. Empress Myrtle Star was extremely optimistic about Yi Xian's future. If the two of them could become brothers of the opposite sex, it would be extremely beneficial in every aspect. Of course, becoming brothers wasn't just a simple ceremony. It was an alliance that was closely related. When one side was in trouble, the other side would come to help even if they were hundreds of millions of miles apart. If the brothers turned against each other, they would definitely be ridiculed by all the people in the three realms. Take the Tongtian demon king bull of the Aparagodania continent. In the past, he became brothers with the monkey. Later, they turned against each other and he was criticized by all the people in the three realms. He hid in the Thunder Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. It could be said that his reputation was completely ruined. Yi Xian didn't expect that Emperor Ziwei would want to become brothers with him. This made him frown slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, Yi Xian knew that Emperor Ziwei had a wide circle of friends. He was the Daluo Jingxian and one of the three great emperors of the Celestial Court. It could be said that becoming brothers with this person was beneficial to him. However, Yi Xian had offended the Chan school. When he really appeared in the eyes of the three realms, the 12 ancient golden immortals of the Chan school would definitely not let him go. Moreover, he had killed the long-browed Arhat of the western sex Mount Numinous and caused Guan Yin to come to the Celestial Court to denounce him. If it wasn't for the saint's decree, the western sex Mount Numinous alone would be a huge problem. They were all Yi Xian's enemies. If he were to become brothers with Emperor Ziwei now and his identity was made public, Emperor Ziwei would probably secretly scold him for being despicable and shameless for dragging him down. It's not that I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and refuse elder brother's good intentions. It's just that my identity is sensitive. If elder brother knows my identity in the future and is still willing to become brothers with me, I naturally won't refuse. Yi Xian thought about it and said tactfully. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Emperor Ziwei was slightly stunned. Then, he slammed the table and said sternly, "A worthy younger brother need not have any scruples. I don't dare to say how much weight I have in the Daluo Jingxian, but if anyone dares to make things difficult for a worthy younger brother, they will be my enemy. I'd like to see who dares to be so ignorant. Elder brother, don't be angry. We'll talk about this in the future. I have a request." Yi Xian said in a low voice. "A worthy younger brother is too polite. There's no harm in saying what you want." Emperor Ziwei said solemnly. "I want to go to the Celestial Court with elder brother and participate in the Celestial Court's Jade Emperor's banquet. I wonder what elder brother thinks." Yi Xian said softly. "Haha." Emperor Ziwei laughed heartily and said, "I was wondering what it was. It turns out to be such a small matter. Even if a worthy younger brother didn't say it, I still want to invite a worthy younger brother to go with me. Thank you, elder brother." Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed. It was considered his thanks to Emperor Ziwei. Seeing Yi Xian's modesty and politeness, Emperor Ziwei's impression of Yi Xian increased. He said, "Good, good, good. I'm very happy to get to know a worthy younger brother today. After the Celestial Court is over, you and I will travel the three realms. When we become sworn brothers, wouldn't that be a beautiful story in the three realms? A worthy younger brother, let's go to the Celestial Court now. Let me take you to see the beautiful scenery of the Celestial Court." Emperor Ziwei wasn't someone who dilly-dallied. He rose into the sky on his golden cloud. Yi Xian's body was covered in golden light. He also rose at this moment. The two of them turned into streaks of light and directly flew towards the 33rd Celestial Court. However, Emperor Ziwei didn't know that a worthy younger brother he admired was definitely not a kind person. He was the East Pole Emperor, who was equally famous as him. This trip to the Celestial Court caused an unimaginable upheaval in the Celestial Court. It even caused the three realms to fall into chaos. Chapter 376. The Jade Emperor was the Emperor of the Three Realms. He was in charge of everything in the three realms. In terms of status, he was on par with the three pure ones. From this, it could be seen how honorable the Jade Emperor was. The three realms of heaven, earth, and man were the celestial court, the earth immortal realm, and the underworld. These were the origins of the three realms. In fact, the three realms of heaven, earth, and man were just a general name. The celestial court and the underworld were just an organization. The real main world was the earth immortal realm. There were too many Tongtian almighties hidden in it. The earth immortal realm was too vast and boundless. Even an immortal could not travel to every corner of the earth immortal realm in their lifetime. The Jade Emperor was in charge of the three realms in name. He was also known as the Emperor of the Three Realms. However, there were too few people who listened to him. There were 4 states and 4 oceans in the earth immortal realm. There were also too many ancient mountains. There were too many Tongtian almighties to count. Naturally, they did not care about the so-called Jade Emperor. However, the Emperor of the Three Realms was the Emperor of the Three Realms. He was not a simple person. When the Jade Emperor sent out invitations, all the immortals and Buddhas who were related to the celestial court naturally had to give the Jade Emperor face. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, the Spirited Mountain of the West, the Chan and Jia sects, the immortals of the celestial court, and of course, the Yama of the underworld. As long as they were in the immortal class, they naturally would not refuse the Jade Emperor's face. They all rushed to the celestial court. There were so many people, from a Xian immortal to a Daluo Jingxian. This made the celestial court very lively. How long had it been? 100,000 years. Other than the Feast of Peaches, the celestial court had rarely been so lively. However, this time, the Jade Emperor wanted to marry the fairy of Guanghan. It was a controversial matter because everyone in the three realms knew that the fairy of Guanghan's identity was too sensitive. First of all, Fairy Guanghan was a primordial goddess. She had a great relationship with the Magi. Legend had it that the Magi were warlike, and the primordial Grand Magus, the Yi, had once shot down 9 primordial golden crows for Fairy Guanghan in a single day. It was a legend of the three realms. Secondly, after the untainted age, countless immortals and Buddhas were admirers of the fairy of Guanghan. Among them, there were some great mediums from antiquity times. However, their identities were sensitive and they were not as obvious as Yang Jian's. Now, the Jade Emperor was risking universal condemnation to marry the fairy of Guanghan. If some terrifying existence were to appear, even the Jade Emperor, the master of the three realms, would be exhausted to deal with it. Whether it was to watch a show or to give the Jade Emperor face, the immortals and Buddhas stopped in the celestial court and waited for the celestial court's banquet to begin. Southern Heavenly Gate. Countless immortals came from all directions. The 4 heavenly kings standing in front of the southern heavenly gate checked the identities of the immortals as a matter of routine, then let them pass one by one. The demon-sweeping Emperor Zhenwu has arrived. Suddenly, golden lotuses descended from the sky and sweet springs gushed out from the ground. Ripples blossomed in the void as golden lotuses rose into the sky. In the distance, 4 Jiao dragons soared into the clouds and were pulling a golden jade carriage across the sky. Golden boys and girls accompanied the carriage on both sides. The golden jade carriage shone with Daluo immortal light, which made the immortals entering the celestial court change their expressions. They stopped in their tracks and bowed to the golden jade carriage. Greetings, demon-sweeping Emperor Zhenwu. The immortals bowed, and the 4 heavenly kings did not dare to be negligent. They stepped aside and bowed as well. Clearly, the immortals were in awe of the demon-sweeping Emperor Zhenwu's reputation. Rumble. The 4 flood dragons pulled the golden jade carriage to the southern heavenly gate. As a golden figure walked out of the carriage, an overwhelming Daluo immortal aura spread out. The immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Welcome back to the celestial court, Emperor Zhenwu. The four heavenly kings bowed, lowering their statuses to the extreme. They were extremely respectful to the demon-sweeping Emperor Zhen Wu. The Zhen Wu demon-sweeping emperor was extraordinarily handsome. He looked more like a young man. However, when he opened and closed his eyes, specks of golden light overflowed from them. The majesty of a superior was unmistakable, and no one dared to look at him directly. Have the other two emperors returned to the celestial court? The demon-sweeping Emperor Zhen Wu asked in a dignified voice. Emperor Zhen Wu, I haven't seen the other two, but the Jade Emperor has already sent a message to Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen. I'm sure the three emperors of the celestial court will gather in a few days, the Dhritarashtra replied respectfully. Humph. The demon-sweeping Emperor Zhen Wu frowned slightly, then snorted coldly. The last time we gathered in the celestial court was at the Feast of Peaches, wasn't it? It's been almost 100,000 years. I wonder what their cultivation levels are now. The four heavenly kings fell silent at the demon-sweeping Emperor Zhen Wu's words. Naturally, they didn't dare to continue the conversation. The four heavenly kings all knew that the three emperors had almost come to blows during the Feast of Peaches. If the Jade Emperor hadn't intervened, the Feast of Peaches would have been in chaos. Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea has arrived. Barefoot Immortal has arrived. Western Spiritual Mountains Jingten Emissary has arrived. In just a short while, the light of immortals and Buddhas streaked across the void. The rolling immortal light of the great firmament covered the sky and earth, drawing the attention of the immortals in front of the southern heavenly gate. Greetings, Guanyin. Greetings, Barefoot Immortal. Greetings, Canopy Marshal. The immortal light faded, and three figures appeared in front of the southern heavenly gate. The Barefoot Immortal had a ruddy complexion and a benevolent countenance. Just like his name, his large feet were exceptionally eye-catching. Waving a palm leaf fan in his hand, he laughed heartily at the immortals. Don't be so courteous, fellow Taoists. Though the Barefoot Immortal looked benevolent and amiable, he was a genuine Daoyuo Jingxian. Though he was only at the first level of Daoyuo Jingxian and didn't have much of a reputation among the Daoyuo Jingxian, he was the one who didn't put on airs. Amitabha. Guanyin of the South Sea smiled and nodded at the immortals, greeting them as she held the jade bottle in her hand. However, the immortals hurriedly returned the greeting, because Guanyin of the South Sea's roots were too terrifying. In the distant past, Guanyin of the South Sea did not have this name. Instead, she was called Daoist Ci Hang. She was the 9th disciple of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the only female disciple. She was also one of the 12 ancient golden immortals. Later, during the investiture of the Gods' War, Daoist Ci Hang entered the Western Spirit Mountain for some reason, and changed her name to Guanyin of the South Sea. Although she entered the Western Spirit Mountain, Guanyin of the South Sea had a great relationship with the Chanism. She was also one of the 12 golden immortals of the primordial era and the junior sister of Daoist Yuding. However, in terms of cultivation, she was much stronger than Daoist Yuding. As for the last envoy of the cleansing altar, his origins were more complicated. He was originally Canopy Marshal of the Celestial Court, but because he took liberties with Chang Yi during the Jade Lake banquet, he was directly banished to the path of the beast by the Jade Emperor and reincarnated for 1,000 generations. Chapter 377. However, Marshal Tianping was very lucky. He was one of the main characters in the journey to the west. After going through 81 hardships, he was finally made the envoy of the cleansing altar by the Buddha. Although he was only an all-heaven golden immortal, the immortals did not dare to underestimate him. This was because the envoy of the cleansing altar had the lawless fighting immortal Buddha behind him. The envoy of the cleansing altar should be called Marshal Tianping. Although he was sent to the beast path by the Jade Emperor, he had already shed his demon body after becoming a Buddha and regained his original appearance. It had to be said that Marshal Tianping was very handsome and could be called a handsome man. However, at this moment, he was frowning and holding the nine-toothed rake in his hand. This made the immortals look at him strangely, but they did not say anything. This was because everyone knew that Marshal Tianping was one of the admirers of the Guanghan fairy. His visit to the celestial court was not so simple. Moreover, he was like a brother to the fighting immortal Buddha. Even if he did something bad, the fighting immortal Buddha would protect him. Even the Daoyuo Jingxian had to be polite to him. Fellow Taoist Ci Hang. Zhenwu Demon Sweeping Emperor was a very arrogant person. However, in front of Guanyin of the South Sea, an ancient golden immortal, he had to put away his pride. He simply bowed and greeted Guanyin of the South Sea. As for Barefoot Immortal and Marshal Tianping, Zhenwu Demon Sweeping Emperor did not say anything. Obviously, as one of the three emperors of the Celestial Court, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to greet Barefoot Immortal and Marshal Tianping. Barefoot Immortal did not care too much about these formalities. He also knew Emperor Zhenwu's personality very well. Naturally, he would not care about these things. However, Marshal Tianping was already angry and did not have a good impression of the Celestial Court. He was naturally unhappy with Emperor Zhenwu's attitude. Humph, the Celestial Court Emperor is indeed arrogant. Marshal Tianping sneered. Hearing Marshal Tianping's words, Emperor Zhenwu's expression changed. He said coldly, Tianping, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're in the Western Spiritual Mountain. If you cause trouble in the Celestial Court, even the Western Spiritual Mountain will not be able to protect you. Bang! The nine-toothed rake swung in the air and pointed at Zhenwu Demon Sweeping Emperor. Canopy Marshal sneered, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if I'm not your opponent, I'll still ask my monkey brother to spar with you. You! Emperor Zhenwu was furious. His great Luo immortal light was rolling, but he still didn't attack. Clearly, he was extremely afraid of the person mentioned by Marshal Tianping. Ha! Zhenwu, you are really ridiculous. You were threatened by your former subordinates and didn't dare to take action. You are really a disgrace to the Celestial Court. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from all directions. Two golden clouds flew across the sky, startling all the immortals present. Then, they looked towards the source of the laughter. Empress Ziwei is here. An immortal quickly said. Whine. The void froze and the golden light dissipated. When Empress Ziwei appeared in front of the southern heavenly gate, all the immortals present greeted her. Even Guanyin of the South Sea put her palms together and chanted. Ziwei. Emperor Zhenwu's face was as dark as water, and his voice was extremely cold at this moment. Unfortunately, Empress Ziwei ignored Emperor Zhenwu's angry glare. Then, she turned to Yi Xian and smiled. A worthy younger brother, you must remember that Emperor Zhenwu is a narrow-minded person. You must never offend him. During the Feast of Immortality Peaches, he was willing to do anything for the 9,000-year-old Peaches of Immortality. You have really disgraced the Celestial Court. Yi Xian's body was covered by the golden light, and his face was hidden. It was as if a cloud was covering him. Naturally, the immortals and the four heavenly kings wouldn't recognize him. Thank you for your advice, elder brother, Yi Xian said calmly. Ziwei, do you want to fight me here? Emperor Zhenwu's face was cold. Clearly, he had quite a bit of enmity with Empress Ziwei. Now that he was being ridiculed by Empress Ziwei, how could he endure it? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. However, I have to tell you that you are no match for me with your mere cultivation at the second firmament of Daoyuo. Empress Ziwei sneered. Emperor Zhenwu's expression changed slightly. When he carefully sensed Empress Myrtlestar's aura, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He had never imagined that Empress Myrtlestar would actually step into the third firmament of Grand Luo in less than 100,000 years. So you have reached the third firmament of Daoyuo. No wonder you dare to be so presumptuous. I will definitely ask you for advice after this matter with the celestial court is over, Emperor Zhenwu said coldly. Elder brother, let's go. A wisp of disdain flashed through Yi Xian's eyes at Emperor Zhenwu's pretentious attitude. He had returned to the celestial court this time for the matter of Fairy Guanghan. Secondly, he wanted to see what kind of situation the dozens of demon kings he had nurtured in the celestial court were in after 300 years. How could he be in the mood to stay here and bicker with Emperor Zhenwu? Yi Xian strolled into the southern heavenly gate as he spoke. Empress Ziwei nodded slightly and was not in the mood to pay attention to Emperor Zhenwu. She simply greeted Guanyin of the South Sea and the others and headed to the celestial court with Yi Xian. How dare you? Suddenly, Emperor Zhenwu rebuked angrily before the two of them could enter the celestial court. The Daluo immortal light rolled out and blasted directly at Yi Xian. Bang! Empress Myrtlestar's expression changed slightly. Her palm met Imperial Emperor Zhenwu's attack while her fingers were still in the air. Only then was she able to neutralize Imperial Emperor Zhenwu's attack. However, this scene caused the immortals to look sideways, and a strange look flashed across their eyes. The immortals naturally noticed Yi Xian, but they couldn't see Yi Xian's appearance. However, they were keenly aware that anyone who could be called a brother by Emperor Ziwei was not a simple person. Zhenwu, are you seeking death? Emperor Ziwei was enraged. The Daluo immortal light rolled out in all directions, causing the world to tremble. The Daluo immortal art condensed at this moment, blazing killing intent surging out. It was no wonder that Emperor Ziwei was so angry. He had brought Yi Xian to the celestial court and was even going to become sworn brothers with him. Emperor Zhenwu actually dared to attack Yi Xian. This was not only a slap to Ziwei's face, but also a complete disregard for Emperor Ziwei. Humph, a mere overarching heaven golden immortal doesn't even bow to me. I just want to teach him a lesson. Do I have to ask you, Ziwei? Emperor Zhenwu rebuked coldly. Emperor Zhenwu couldn't be blamed for attacking Yi Xian. First, Marshal Tianping mocked him, causing him to hold back and not attack. This was because Marshal Tianping had the battling immortal Buddha behind him, and he couldn't afford to offend him. After that, Celestial Emperor Myrtlestar mocked him. They were both Celestial Emperors, and Celestial Emperor Myrtlestar's cultivation level was one level higher than his. Even if he was angry, he could only endure it. And Yi Xian's disregard for him became a fuse, causing Emperor Zhenwu to vent his anger on Yi Xian. Chapter 378. He even treated Yi Xian as a soft persimmon and wanted to pinch him. This way, he could save some face. However, Emperor Zhenwu did not expect Emperor Ziwei's reaction to be so big. From the looks of it, she really wanted to fight him. This also shocked Emperor Zhenwu. He did not know what the relationship between Yi Xian and Emperor Ziwei was. Emperor Zhenwu was not the only one who had this thought. The other immortals also had the same thought. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They did not know who Yi Xian was that Emperor Ziwei valued him so much. Guanyin of the South Sea narrowed her eyes. A golden light flashed across her eyes. She wanted to see Yi Xian's true body, but an extremely strange fluctuation bloomed around Yi Xian's body. It did not allow Guanyin of the South Sea to see Yi Xian's true body at all. What kind of joke was this? Although Yi Xian's cultivation level had not increased in the past 300 years of seclusion, he had combined it with the immortal defying formation and comprehended the primordial spirit void mystic technique to the extreme. Even if Guanyin of the South Sea was Daluo Jinxian, how could she see through his true body? Yi Xian could naturally sense Guanyin of the South Sea spying on him. This made him turn around and look at Guanyin of the South Sea. When their gazes met, a muffled sound came from the void. Guanyin of the South Sea's expression changed slightly. She quickly retracted her gaze, but a hint of doubt flashed across her eyes. Humph, a little golden immortal doesn't know his place. If Ziwei was not here today, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Emperor Zhenwu was not stupid enough to start a war with Emperor Ziwei. He pretended to be dignified as he reprimanded Yi Xian. Then, he strode into the south heaven gate and headed towards the 33rd heaven of the celestial court. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when Yi Xian's calm voice resounded at this moment, and it caused Imperial Monarch Zhenwu to stop while his expression turned livid to the extreme. Moreover, it even caused the atmosphere in this expanse of the heavens and the earth to become strange and silent. You should be glad that you're still alive today. If it weren't for Brother Ziwei being here, I would definitely let you know what it means to wish you were dead. All the immortals were stunned, and they were deathly silent. Imperial Monarch Zhenwu clenched his fists tightly, and even the expressions of Guanyin of the South Sea and the barefoot immortal, Marshal Tianping, became extremely strange. Their gazes towards Yi Xian even revealed astonishment. Was this person crazy? He was merely an overarching heaven golden immortal, so how could he dare to speak such arrogant words to Imperial Monarch Zhenwu? Or could it be that Imperial Monarch Ziwei was backing him up, causing him to dare to humiliate Imperial Monarch Zhenwu like this? All sorts of thoughts appeared in the hearts of all the immortals, and a wisp of astonishment and bewilderment appeared in their eyes as they gazed at Yi Xian. How audacious of him! He actually dared to humiliate Imperial Monarch Zhenwu like this while relying on Imperial Monarch Ziwei. I'm afraid Imperial Monarch Zhenwu will absolutely not let the matter rest. Exactly. Imperial Monarch Ziwei can protect him now, but how can Imperial Monarch Ziwei stay by his side at all times? I'm afraid he'll suffer an extremely miserable fate. Humph. I wonder how he cultivated to the overarching heaven golden immortal realm. Could it be that he doesn't know that even overarching heaven golden immortals are only ants in the eyes of Daluo Jingxian? Could it be that he doesn't know that even overarching heaven golden immortals are only ants in the eyes of Daluo Jingxian, and he can annihilate them with a flick of his finger? Exactly. Does he think he's the Eastern Emperor? He thinks he can go against Daluo Jingxian with a cultivation at the overarching heaven golden immortal realm? He's simply courting death. All the immortals were in an uproar, and they discussed animatedly. Even though their voices were very soft, it entered Yi Xian's ears very well. However, Yi Xian's expression was indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to pay any attention to Imperial Monarch Zhenwu at all. However, Imperial Monarch Zhenwu had treated Yi Xian like a soft persimmon, so how could Yi Xian endure it? Yi Xian wasn't a person that didn't dare make a sound when others stepped on him, and it was the same even when he faced Imperial Monarch Zhenwu. If anyone wanted to ride on his head and behave atrociously, then that person would have to pay an extremely heavy price. If he hadn't concealed his identity and come to the celestial court with Imperial Monarch Ziwei today, and if they'd met alone somewhere else, then Yi Xian would have definitely activated the celestial defying formation. Even if he couldn't kill Imperial Monarch Zhenwu, Imperial Monarch Zhenwu would definitely have a taste of Yi Xian's terrifying ability. Do you know what you're saying? Imperial Monarch Zhenwu's expression was extremely gloomy. He slowly turned around to look at Yi Xian while malicious killing intent effused out from him. He gazed at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. Do you dare to say that again? Imperial Monarch Zhenwu spoke coldly. Yi Xian smiled when faced with Imperial Monarch Zhenwu's rage. He really did smile. However, his smile caused others to feel a chill run down their spines. It was like an indescribable terror was hidden within his smile. Daluo Jingxian. Yi Xian smiled with disdain and said, "In my eyes, a Daluo Jingxian like you isn't worth mentioning at all. You can only be a piece of trash. If I step foot into the Daluo Jingxian, then I'll be able to kill you here with the palm of my hand." The heavens and the earth were silent, and the immortals were silent. This expanse of the heavens and the earth had become extremely deathly silent while an extremely oppressive atmosphere swept out. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a madman. He's gone mad, he's truly gone mad. Does he know what he's saying? Could it be that he's really tired of living? Good, good, good. The sky collapsed while killing intent filled the sky, and the glow of the all-heaven immortal surged through the surroundings. Imperial monarch Zhen Wu was so furious that he started laughing instead. He deeply reflected Yi Xian's appearance in his eyes, and his voice was cold and cruel as he said, "Kid, you're the first person to dare speak to this emperor like that. You better pray that you'll always be by Ziwei's side. Otherwise, this emperor will let you know what it means to be unable to reincarnate for eternity." Imperial monarch Zhen Wu flicked his sleeve and walked towards the celestial court with large strides. However, everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a dead person. Because all the immortals knew that if Imperial monarch Zhen Wu bore a grudge against him, then the only outcome for Yi Xian would be death. A worthy younger brother, you're too rash. Even though Imperial monarch Ziwei knew that Yi Xian didn't fear Daluo Jingxian and even possessed the ability to fight Daluo Jingxian, offending someone like Imperial monarch Zhen Wu for no reason was truly an unwise action. Big brother, there's no need to worry. It's fine if he knows his place, but if he dares to offend me, then I'll let him know what it means to die with everlasting regret. Yi Xian spoke calmly, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in his body as if he was speaking about a very casual matter. A worthy younger brother, don't worry. If Imperial monarch Zhen Wu dares to act rashly, then I'll be the first to not let him off. Imperial monarch Ziwei spoke solemnly, and then she called out to Yi Xian as they walked into the celestial court and disappeared from the eyes of the immortals. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Xian was arrogant and didn't take Imperial monarch Zhen Wu seriously. Since he dared to return to the celestial court and had the means to fight against Daluo Jingxian, the so-called forbearance couldn't be his character at all. He didn't reveal his true identity now because he didn't want to complicate matters. It was impossible for him to get angry because of Imperial monarch Zhen Wu. After all, Imperial monarch Zhen Wu wasn't enough for him to take seriously. The people that he really took seriously were the 12 ancient golden immortals and the Jade Emperor, whose cultivation was unfathomable. They were his greatest enemies now. However, Yi Xian didn't know that his actions had been spread by someone with ulterior motives, and it was completely known to the immortals of the celestial court. It even allowed some of the great immortals who had come to the celestial court to know that there was an extremely arrogant all-heaven golden immortal by Imperial monarch Ziwei's side. Chapter 379. On the drifting cloud Immortal Island, there were thousands of auspicious clouds, surging immortal clouds, and chirping spiritual birds. Faintly discernible celestial music from the 9 heavens could be heard. Throughout the 33 layers of the celestial court, immortals could be seen walking in groups of 2s and 3s from time to time. The sound of their conversations was endless. Yi Xian was no stranger to the celestial court. In fact, he was very familiar with it. Other than the Peach Garden and the Tushita Palace, Yi Xian had not been there before. He had even plundered the Jade Emperor's celestial court treasury before. Along the way, Emperor Ziwei found that he could not see through a worthy younger brother. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely surprised gaze. This was because ever since he entered the celestial court, a worthy younger brother seemed to be revisiting old memories. It was as if he had been to the celestial court before. Emperor Ziwei was forthright, but he was not stupid. If he still could not see that Yi Xian had been to the celestial court before, he would probably call himself an idiot. Who exactly was a worthy younger brother? A question arose in Emperor Ziwei's heart. He wanted to ask Yi Xian, but he swallowed his words. This was because Emperor Ziwei knew that if Yi Xian wanted to tell him, he would have done so long ago. Since he hid his identity, he must have his own difficulties. Moreover, from Yi Xian's way of doing things, he was definitely not a kind person. Even when he met the Daluo Jingxian, he did not show any respect. His roots were definitely not ordinary. Emperor Ziwei was very sure. Yi Xian might have sensed Emperor Ziwei's doubts. He smiled slightly and did not say anything. This was because Yi Xian knew that it would not be long before his identity was exposed. At that time, Emperor Ziwei might have to cut ties with him. Ziwei's Star Palace. Emperor Ziwei's training ground in the Celestial Court had countless immortal officials and maidservants. There were also spiritual birds and strange beasts guarding the door. When Emperor Ziwei brought Yi Xian to the Ziwei Star Palace, he had already told the immortal officials and maidservants who had received the news to wait outside the palace. "A worthy younger brother, this is my training ground. Let me show you around." Emperor Ziwei laughed. And led the two into Ziwei's Star Palace. It had to be said that Empress Myrtle Star was one of the three great emperors of the Heavenly Court. Just his Tao field in the Heavenly Court was vast and boundless, and there were countless scriptures and spirit plants. Compared to him, the Endless Palace wasn't even worth mentioning. This was an eye-opener for Yi Xian. Inside Ziwei's Star Palace, nebulas gathered and sat cross-legged. Emperor Ziwei's face was a little solemn. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was smiling from beginning to end. It was as if he knew what Emperor Ziwei wanted to talk to him about. "A worthy younger brother, although you did not tell me who you are and I do not know why you came to the Celestial Court, I still hope that a worthy younger brother will not cause any trouble. Otherwise, even I will not be able to help you." Emperor Ziwei thought about it again and again. Then, he faintly probed Yi Xian. "I am a person who repays kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Today, I came to the Celestial Court using my elder brother's identity. I will remember this favor in my heart. However, there are some things that I must do." Yi Xian's smile was no longer there. His voice was calm. Emperor Ziwei frowned as he looked at Yi Xian's calm face. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. He was not afraid that Yi Xian would cause trouble for him. It was because he was Emperor Ziwei. He was very important in the three realms. Everyone had to give him some face. However, it was a little different this time. The matter of the Jade Emperor marrying Fairy Guanghan was already rather strange. When the banquet began, he did not know what would happen. If this brother of his caused any trouble and provoked some ancient great medium to attack him, even he would not be able to protect Yi Xian's life. Although Empress Myrtle Star knew that Yi Xian's methods were unfathomable and that he had a peerless formation like the Immortal Defying Diagram, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was invincible among golden immortals. One had to know that although he was at a disadvantage in his battle with Yi Xian, that was under the condition that he didn't use his trump card. A dignified golden immortal would always have some trump cards that he couldn't see. This was also the life-saving method of every immortal. If it was really a battle of life and death, it was still unknown who would win. "Brother, listen to my advice. No matter who you used to be, you must not act rashly in this banquet of the Celestial Court. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you step into the Daluo Jinxian. If you encounter a calamity, won't you?" Without waiting for Emperor Ziwei to finish, Yi Xian shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "There are many people in the three realms who want me dead, but I am still alive and well. There are some things that I have to face. It is not in my nature to blindly avoid them. Elder brother, you don't have to persuade me anymore. A worthy younger brother, take care of yourself." Emperor Ziwei sighed. After the conversation ended hastily, Empress Myrtle Star left as well, leaving Yi Xian alone in the Star Hall to rest with his eyes closed. However, the aura around his body was calm, and he wasn't moved by Empress Myrtle Star's words. In fact, how could Yi Xian not want to cultivate in peace? Step by step, he wanted to ascend the 9 heavens and look down on all living things. However, he had gone through a lot of bloodshed. Every bit of his cultivation grew in adversity. Moreover, Yi Xian had always believed that all his enemies would be crushed under his feet. This was also his principle. The hall had no roof and stars filled the sky. When the lunar star rose, the first ray of moonlight shone on Yi Xian's face, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Primordial spirit void. Buzz. He wasn't in the material world, nor was he in the void. Yi Xian stood up from the void and quietly disappeared from the Star Hall when he took a step forward. The direction he was heading towards was the Guanhan Palace in the lunar star. Moon Palace, Moon Palace. The Tongtian osmanthus tree swayed under the moonlight. The osmanthus fragrance was refreshing. A slender and graceful figure stood under the osmanthus tree. She held Jade Rabbit in her hand and looked into the distance in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. The moonlight was like water and the fragrance of flowers assailed one's nose. However, it could not take away the sadness in Goddess Guanghan's eyes. She was really beautiful. This was a kind of beauty that did not belong to the mortal world. It made one's soul tremble when they looked at her. The candlelight on the jade screen is deep. The long river gradually falls and the morning stars sink. Chang-Yi regrets stealing the spiritual medicine. The blue sea and blue sky are lonely at night. Goddess Guanghan murmured to the moon. There was a hint of self-mockery in her eyes and a hint of loneliness. The cold and lonely aura became stronger and stronger. If I didn't eat the 9 transformations golden pill back then and let me die of old age in the mortal world, perhaps there wouldn't be such troubles in this world. Goddess Guanghan smiled bitterly. Master, are you really willing to marry the Jade Emperor? Jade Rabbit turned into a human and looked at Goddess Guanghan with tears in her eyes. So what if I marry him? So what if I don't marry him? Goddess Guanghan smiled self-mockingly. Master, do you know that Yi Xian is not qualified for you to do anything for him? He is a heartless bastard, Jade Rabbit said while biting her lips. Chapter 380. Master, you've already repaid him by lending him a bow and an arrow. Do you really like him? You actually want to marry the Jade Emperor for him. This. Jade Rabbit wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the fairy of Guanghan with a complicated expression. In fact, Jade Rabbit had her own selfish motives. She knew Yi Xian's past and knew what kind of person Yi Xian was. 300 years ago, Yi Xian had died, which removed a piece of her worry. However, she did not expect that the fairy of Guanghan would make a deal with the Jade Emperor for Yi Xian. The bargaining chip of the deal was the fairy of Guanghan herself. Jade Rabbit could not accept it no matter what. Because in Jade Rabbit's heart, there was only one person in the 3 realms who was truly worthy of the fairy of Guanghan. That person was the great god of the sorcerer tribe. His name was De-Yi. Although De-Yi had disappeared between heaven and earth after the great war of sorcerer tribe and no one knew if he was dead or alive, Jade Rabbit always believed that De-Yi was still in the human world and she had a great relationship with De-Yi. In the past, Jade Rabbit was originally a rabbit spirit in the untainted land. When she was ignorant, she was attacked by the wolf demon. Fortunately, De-Yi saved her and taught her a cultivation method to transform. She was given to the fairy of Guanghan and had been by her side ever since. De-Yi had done her a favor and was an indomitable man in Jade Rabbit's heart. She had always thought that De-Yi was the only one in the world who was worthy of the fairy of Guanghan. However, the appearance of Yi Xian made Jade Rabbit understand one thing. Her master had fallen in love with a bastard like Yi Xian. This was simply unimaginable. Perhaps he is my love tribulation. The fairy of Guanghan said bitterly. At this time, even though she did not want to admit her feelings for Yi Xian, even she herself could not believe it. In the void, there was no ripple. Yi Xian looked at the fairy of Guanghan strangely. His expression was slightly complicated. He had come here today to meet the fairy of Guanghan, but he had heard such words. But Yi Xian did not expect Moon Cold Fairy to fall in love with him. That made Yi Xian panic. He did not know what to do. Yi Xian had always regarded the fairy of the Moon Palace as his plaything. He also liked her appearance and body. He even told himself that one day in the future, he would press the fairy of the Moon Palace under his body and ravage her. As for the so-called love, there was no such thing. But at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was beating. A feeling he had never felt before grew in his heart. Yi Xian knew that this feeling was called heartbeat. It could also be called love in the mouths of mortals. However, this feeling made Yi Xian very flustered. He was so flustered that he wanted to run away from the Moon Fairy. The so-called pity had long since been abandoned by Yi Xian. The so-called love didn't exist in his heart at all. After Yi Linger's death, he didn't even have his last family member. He had always disdained things like feelings. But now, his frozen heart was showing signs of cracking. This made Yi Xian feel terrified. Even his rock-solid willpower was shaking at this moment. What's wrong with me? Yi Xian asked himself. He was even more shocked. I fell in love with this stupid woman. What kind of joke is this? Yi Xian's face was a little twisted. His thoughts were completely chaotic at this moment. Even the aura around him was fluctuating a little. Love tribulation. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice trembled. He tried his best to calm his emotions. His eyes were slightly frozen. No. No way, right? Yi Xian forced a smile. But there was a touch of panic in his eyes. He could not believe that he would encounter this so-called love tribulation. It was simply a fantasy. Humans had three emotions: family, friendship, and love. Yi Xian had experienced family and friendship. Family love, friendship with Lu Bai. But this so-called love, he had never touched it. It made him intentionally or unintentionally avoid it. Back when he became a mortal in the human world and comprehended the Tao, he experienced family and friendship. He also understood that mortals were born, grew old, got sick, and died of natural disasters. But love made him deliberately avoid it. This was also the reason why he did not marry and have children when he became a mortal. Because Yi Xian had never needed love. This kind of useless and lowly thing was a joke to Yi Xian. He was extremely disdainful of it. He must have been wrong. Yes, that must be it. Yi Xian's aura was chaotic. He did not dare look at the Moon Fairy again. He turned into a stream of light and shot away. It was as if he was running away from something terrible. Who is it? Suddenly, the Moon Fairy's expression changed. She looked at where Yi Xian was, but only saw a spot of golden light disappear without a trace. Obviously, Yi Xian's aura was chaotic, which made the Moon Fairy discover a flaw in his primordial spirit void secret technique. This also made the Moon Fairy discover a trace of him. This aura is. An indescribable sense of familiarity grew in the Moon Fairy's heart. This also made her look sluggish. She did not recover for a long time. It's him, he's still alive. Suddenly, the Moon Fairy's face flushed red. Her slender body trembled slightly, and her voice trembled to the extreme. Master, what's wrong? Jade Rabbit asked. He's still alive. Yi Xian is still alive. I just felt his aura. The Moon Fairy said with a trembling voice. She shook Jade Rabbit's shoulder excitedly. Impossible. Hearing the Moon Fairy's words, Jade Rabbit's expression changed slightly. She said, Master, it's impossible for him to be alive. Back then, Immortal Yuding had already severely injured him. Moreover, he used the Forbidden Heaven Great technique to attract the heavenly demon into his body. His soul has already dispersed and he died. But I did feel his aura. Fairy Guang Han bit her cherry lips as her voice trembled. However, a trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. It was obvious that she knew that it was impossible for Yi Xian to survive. Could it be that she was hallucinating? Master, don't think about him. You really make my heart ache. Jade Rabbit sighed helplessly. Ha! The Moon Fairy was extremely bitter. She murmured, yes, how can a dead person appear in the world again? It seems that I really am hallucinating. Celestial Court 33 Levels of Heaven. Yi Xian's golden light was hidden. His aura collapsed the void. His face was terrifying and distorted. It was as if he had experienced an unprecedented battle. He was flustered and his mind was in turmoil. His mind was filled with the miserable face of the Moon Fairy. This made Yi Xian feel an indescribable sense of panic. Love tribulation, yes, it must be love tribulation. Yi Xian roared wildly in his heart. His eyes were a little red. He could lie to himself, but his heart told him that an emotion called love was growing in his mind. Buzz. He sat cross-legged in the void and suppressed his body. Chapter 381. Yi Xian didn't know where he was either, but the love in his heart made him extremely flustered. This also made him frantically circulate the undying immortal scripture and urge the heavenly demon's power in his primordial spirit, hoping to suppress these emotions. Rumble. Luo Tian's golden light covered his body, causing the void in all directions to shatter inch by inch. The pitch-black primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness was glowing. It was a type of boundless darkness. Yi Xian wanted to completely turn himself black and temporarily seal the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, the word love was the most unsolvable. Even the heavenly demon's power, which gathered the dark energy of all living beings, couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart. The 6 desires are emotionless, and the world is heartless. Suppress. Yi Xian's hands formed a great immortal technique, and the demonic runes that filled his body were strange and sinister. A strange black stone tablet was condensed in the void, and it floated above his head. Heart-suppressing heavenly tablet. Yi Xian roared again and again. The black stone tablet glowed, and the dark light covered his body. Only then did Yi Xian's distorted face gradually calm down. However, his eyes gradually darkened, and his body was filled with an extremely terrifying dark aura. The forbidden secret technique, heart-suppressing heavenly tablet, was originally a supreme evil technique used to suppress inner demons. It was also a secret technique in the forbidden chapter. It could isolate the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and stimulate the darkest emotions in one's heart. However, Yi Xian was now using it to suppress himself. Tyranny, hostility, darkness, and an impulse to slaughter all living beings rose in Yi Xian's heart, but he tried his best to suppress it. Compared to the previous feelings of love, Yi Xian was more willing to accept these feelings now, because he could rely on his willpower to not be swayed by these dark emotions. Where did this immortal come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in Yama Dojo? Suddenly, a dark light surged over, and the cries of ghosts and gods came from all directions. A ferocious-looking ghost king, holding a trident, was angrily looking at Yi Xian. Although the ghost king of hell was a ghost cultivator, his cultivation was comparable to the realm of Tai. If he didn't see the terrifying aura around Yi Xian, he would have already taken him down. If it was any other time, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't lower himself to the ghost king's level. However, at this moment, dark emotions surrounded his body and his heart was filled with tyrannical killing intent. The Ghost King's rebuke seemed to trigger Yi Xian's killing intent. Die. His palm was like the sky, suppressing all things. He didn't even say a word. Yi Xian smiled ferociously, and when he struck out with his palm, the world shook violently. The terrifying golden light of Luo Tian directly scattered the Ghost King's soul and killed him. Yi Xian's mood was already fluctuating because of the fairy of Guanhan, and he even used the heart-calming heavenly steel to suppress himself. At this moment, someone came to seek death. Yi Xian didn't have any scruples, and directly killed him. Killing this ghost king also made Yi Xian feel comfortable. However, before he could leave, an eerie ghostly light that could pierce through the heavens and earth swept over, and the sound of the undead war drums could be heard. Immortal, how dare you kill someone from Yama Dojo? Suddenly, the black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, Yin and Yang judges, and hundreds of ghost kings appeared, and directly surrounded Yi Xian. They looked at Yi Xian with extreme anger. Someone from the underworld? Yi Xian's eyes were malicious as he looked around. When he looked down, he realized that he was on a floating island, and in the middle of the floating island, there was a Yama dojo. Yi Xian instantly understood. This was the dojo of the underworld in the celestial court. Obviously, he had left the lunar star and wandered aimlessly to the dojo of the underworld. No wonder the ghost kings of the underworld appeared to ask him questions. Logically speaking, Yi Xian didn't want to offend the 10 kings of hell, because the 10 kings of hell were the Daluo Jinxian, and they were in charge of the life and death of all things. However, he had already killed the ghost king, and Yi Xian had nothing to regret. Who asked the ghost king to come and seek death when his mind was in turmoil? Little ghost king, you don't know your place. Just kill him. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Yi Xian said maliciously, and looked around at the people in the dojo. How dare you? The Yin-Yang judge shouted angrily. He never thought that the underworld would dare to kill their people in the celestial court after receiving the Jade Emperor's decree to participate in the celestial court's banquet. This was simply unimaginable. Immortal, how dare you kill our people for no reason? You are so rude and unreasonable. Why don't you surrender and apologize to King Chujiang with us? Black and white impermanence waved the morning soul staff and shouted angrily. Get lost. This simple word represented Yi Xian's attitude. This also made the people of the underworld look at each other, and then they were furious. They were about to attack Yi Xian together to take him down. Set up the 10-directional soul locking formation. The Yin-Yang judge had the highest cultivation, and he was in the all-heaven mystic immortal realm. He was also the leader of the people present. Under his command, the people of the underworld directly activated the formation, and a cold wind whistled in this area. There were even ghosts all over the sky laughing eerily. Are you guys courting death? Yi Xian didn't expect these people of the underworld to be so ignorant. Although he was in the wrong, who asked his fist to be stronger than the other party? Since they had already bullied the other party, this matter couldn't be let go. Then Yi Xian would bully them to the end. Lock this immortal and let King Chujiang deal with him. Although the Yin-Yang judge could feel that Yi Xian's cultivation was terrifying, they weren't to be trifled with. They also had King Chujiang behind them. If they let Yi Xian kill the people of the underworld and didn't say anything, wouldn't it be a slap to the face of the underworld? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Following the Yin-Yang judge's command, the people of the underworld attacked together. The 10-directional soul locking formation was also activated at this moment. The gloomy light that covered the sky turned into a gloomy light sword and shot towards Yi Xian. You guys don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Xian said coldly. When he struck out with his palm, the all-heaven immortal light rippled out. The so-called 10-directional soul locking formation was directly shattered without a trace. The terrifying immortal light even bombarded the chests of the people of the underworld, sending them flying. Puff! 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 Blood dyed the sky as the gloomy light dissipated. Under Yi Xian's attack, how could the people of the underworld be a match for Yi Xian? Large amounts of blood spurted out from their mouths. This made the people of the underworld's expression change drastically. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be so powerful. Buzz! The gloomy light filled the sky as a Daluo was born. Just as the people of the underworld retreated in defeat, a gloomy figure walked out from the palace on the floating island. When he waved his hand, he froze the people of the underworld in the void. Dong! 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 Like the beating of the war drums of the dead, like the turbulence of the sea of blood and the yellow springs, King Chujiang wore a dragon emperor robe and a white bone crown on his head. He stepped on the sky and walked towards Yi Xian. A little golden immortal killed the people of the underworld and injured my subordinates. Do you not put me in your eyes? Or do you think that the people of the underworld are easy to bully? King Chujiang's emperor robe fluttered. A pair of Dharma eyes shone through the netherworld as he stared slightly at Yi Xian. It's true that the old comes after beating the young. Chapter 382. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he waved his hand, the inverse immortal formation diagram quietly appeared in his hand, and his gaze towards King Chujiang revealed a trace of malice. Yi Xian was a person who was extremely afraid of trouble. However, he would not avoid trouble when he encountered trouble, and would instead resolve it. Since he killed someone from the underworld, King Chujiang would absolutely not let the matter go, so he could only fight with King Chujiang. You want to make a move against this king? King Chujiang was completely able to sense that Yi Xian did not have any fear towards him, and when he saw the inverse immortal formation diagram that appeared in Yi Xian's hand, his eyes slightly narrowed, and an indescribable feeling of fear actually arose from the bottom of his heart. No, there's something wrong with this person. King Chujiang's expression slightly changed as he carefully scrutinized Yi Xian, but he was unable to see through Yi Xian's true body. However, King Chujiang had always believed in his intuition, and even more so in his eyesight. Wasn't there a saying that one would not take on a porcelain job without a diamond? Since Yi Xian dared to face him, the Daluo Jingxian, without any fear, Yi Xian obviously possessed extremely terrifying methods. Fellow Daoist, you killed someone from the underworld, shouldn't you give this king an explanation? King Chujiang withdrew his aura, as he did not want to fight with Yi Xian. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yi Xian, but it was because he was in the celestial court, and he did not know who Yi Xian was. If he fought for no reason, it would definitely cause some trouble. King Chujiang naturally did not care about the death of a mere ghost king. However, if he allowed Yi Xian to leave just like this, then it would cause the underworld's face to be damaged. This was also the reason why King Chujiang appeared here. Seeing that King Chujiang had no intention of making a move, Yi Xian naturally did not want to fight with him. Moreover, he also knew that he was the one who killed someone from the underworld, and this matter was somewhat wrong. Moreover, King Chujiang was the king of hell and the Daluo Jingxian. Since King Chujiang wanted a way out, then he still had to give him face. A mere ghost king disturbed my cultivation. So what if I killed him? Here's a 9 turns mystic immortal pill. Consider it my compensation to the underworld. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly took out a bottle of medicinal pills, which King Chujiang casually caught in his hand. Then, he took a deep look at Yi Xian and casually tossed the medicinal pills to the yin-yang judge. All of you can leave. Next time, remember not to cause trouble in the celestial court. After all, the celestial court is not the underworld that we are in. Yes, King Yenluo. The yin-yang judge and the others bowed before returning to the Yama Dao grounds. However, the eyes of the members of the netherworld carried a wisp of confusion. They didn't know why the usually cold and emotionless King Chujiang didn't make a move against this tiny immortal. Actually, the yin-yang judge and the others didn't know that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the celestial court this time. Even Daluo Jingxian didn't know how many of them there were, and the various powers were even gathered in the celestial court. As one of the 10 kings of hell, King Chujiang naturally didn't want to make a big move because of the death of a ghost king. The Western Spirit Mountain, the 2 sects of Chan School, the immortals of the celestial court, and the forces of the underworld. This celestial court was too complicated. As the saying goes, a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. This was also where King Chujiang's misgivings lay. As the Yin-Yang judge and the others retreated, King Chujiang examined Yi Xian and said in an ice-cold voice, "An all-heaven golden immortal is definitely not a nobody in the celestial court. May I know your name?" Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't answer King Chujiang's question. When he took a step forward, he also disappeared into the void. This made King Chujiang's expression turn gloomy. The Daluo golden light even slightly rippled, but in the end, it still couldn't stop Yi Xian. Extremely daring and unscrupulous. Even when facing me, the Daluo Jinxian, he's still fearless. I've never heard of such a person in the entire three realms. Who exactly is he? King Chujiang's eyes were filled with doubt, and his voice was slightly low. Weiyang Palace. Yi Xian's former training ground. However, the current Weiyang Palace was cold and empty. Even the broken palace door wasn't repaired by anyone. This also proved that Yi Xian, the former Eastern Emperor, was already a thing of the past. Yi Xian stood in front of Weiyang Palace with a calm expression. He had already expected the dilapidated Weiyang Palace. Moreover, he also discovered something along the way. The demon kings who used to follow him had already been dismissed by the Jade Emperor. If the Heavenly Rock King and the others weren't to be trifled with, the Jade Emperor would probably have made a move and annihilated Yi Xian's henchmen. 300 years ago, after the battle between Yi Xian and the Jade Cauldron's spiritual master, dozens of demon kings descended to the lower realm and returned to Mount Huagua. The Heavenly Rock King's whereabouts were also unknown. It could be said that in the entire celestial court, Yi Xian didn't know anyone else other than Zhao Gongming and the others. Suddenly turning around, Yi Xian floated away. He didn't care about the so-called reputation. However, he had to personally take back everything he had lost. This wouldn't take too long. Time flew by. In the eyes of immortals, 3 years was just the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, countless immortals came to Ziwei Palace to visit Empress Ziwei. They were also welcomed by Empress Ziwei. However, Yi Xian never appeared. Clearly, he didn't want to interact with these people. In these 3 years, Yi Xian was in seclusion in the Starry Hall. Even Empress Ziwei rarely saw Yi Xian. She didn't know what this worthy younger brother of hers was doing. However, 3 years had passed. The Celestial Court's grand event finally began on this day. Empress Ziwei went to the Starry Hall to call Yi Xian out of seclusion and go to the Lingxiao Palace with him to participate in this grand event. Rumble. The doors of the Starry Hall opened. Yi Xian walked out slowly. However, when Empress Ziwei saw Yi Xian, her expression changed slightly. Her face was filled with helplessness. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His body was covered by the golden light of all heaven. He held the inverse immortal formation diagram in his hands and smiled gently at Empress Ziwei. For this grand event of the Celestial Court, elder brother, please draw a clear line between us. Yi Xian said calmly. A worthy younger brother, you, looking at the inverse immortal formation diagram in Yi Xian's hands, Empress Ziwei could tell what Yi Xian wanted to do. However, she could not understand. Who in the Celestial Court was Yi Xian's enemy? Why did he have to make such a big fuss? A worthy younger brother, listen to my advice. Even if your enemy is in the Celestial Court's grand event, even if he is Daluo Jinxian, you have to bear with it for the time being. When the grand event of the Celestial Court is over, I will definitely seek justice for you. Empress Ziwei said solemnly. Yi Xian lightly smiled. He didn't agree, nor did he refute. This caused Empress Myrtle Star to mistakenly think that Yi Xian had listened to his advice. Only then did the boulder in her heart fall to the ground. A golden cloud rose beneath the two of them and they rushed towards the Lingxiao Palace. At the same time, the various factions were also heading towards the Lingxiao Palace. This caused the Celestial Court to become lively. Bullfighting Palace, Lingxiao Palace. It was decorated with lanterns and colored clouds. White jade tables filled the Lingxiao palace. Spirit fruits and immortal peaches filled the tables. A large number of immortals were already seated. Venus Taibai walked back and forth in the Lingxiao palace with a smile on her face. However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Clearly, she was not optimistic about the Jade Emperor marrying the Moon Fairy. Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea has arrived. Zhenwu Demon Sweeping Emperor has arrived. Guangqing Zhenren has arrived. Chapter 383. With the loud voice of the immortal welcoming officer, many famous golden immortals rode clouds into the Lingxiao Hall and sat in the first row. Golden immortals of the Chan sect, Bodhisattva of the West, Yama of the Underworld, and the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. When these Daluo Jingxian appeared, the immortals bowed to them. This proved that Daluo Jingxian had a very honorable status in the three realms. Of course, although the Jade Emperor sent out invitations, not every Daluo Jingxian gave him face. The Chan sect only sent Guang Qingzi, the Bodhisattva of the West sent Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Yama of the Underworld, King Chujiang, came. This was also the face of the major forces. However, there were many who didn't give the Jade Emperor face in the three realms. Some ancient immortals didn't even care about the Jade Emperor. Even Emperor Go Qin didn't return to the Celestial Court after receiving the Jade Emperor's message. From this, it could be seen that the Jade Emperor, the Lord of the Three Realms, didn't live up to his name. Of course, although there weren't many people at the level of Daluo Jingxian, the immortals who came down from Daluo Jingxian were as numerous as carps crossing the river. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, the itinerant immortals of the Earth Immortal Realm, the immortals of the Celestial Court, and even the Arhat of the West. It could be said that the Lingxiao Hall was packed with people. It was also one of the few grand events of the Celestial Court other than the Feast of Peaches. Emperor Ziwei has arrived. As the voice of the immortal welcoming officer sounded in the Lingxiao Hall, Emperor Ziwei and Yi Xian walked in side by side. This made the immortals in the Lingxiao Hall greet Emperor Ziwei. A worthy younger brother, sit with me. Emperor Ziwei smiled and said. Yi Xian nodded and the two of them walked to the Daluo Jingxian seat. With the arrival of Emperor Ziwei, several Daluo Jingxian stood up to greet him. Obviously, Emperor Ziwei was considered an important figure among the Daluo Jingxian. It's you. When King Chujiang saw Yi Xian, his expression changed slightly. Although he couldn't see Yi Xian's appearance, he had remembered Yi Xian's aura. Besides, there was only Yi was the only overarching heaven golden immortal in Lingxiao Hall. In the Lingxiao Hall was the only overarching heaven golden immortal. In the hall was palace. Wise brother, you're acquainted with King Chujiang? Empress Myrtle Star asked in surprise. Yes, I do. Yi Xian said ambiguously. As for King Chujiang, he lightly smiled and didn't say anything else as he returned to his seat. However, King Chujiang sighed in his heart. He didn't expect this overarching heaven golden immortal to be on good terms with Emperor Ziwei. Fortunately, he didn't attack him earlier. The Celestial Court's relationship was really complicated. Humph. Suddenly, Emperor Zhenwu snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Yi Xian. He picked up the wine cup on the table and tasted it. Ziwei, you really don't know the rules. This place was prepared by the Jade Emperor for the Daluo Taoists. This person is only an overarching heaven golden immortal. What right does he have to be on equal footing with us? Emperor Zhenwu mocked. You. Emperor Ziwei's expression changed slightly, and he was about to reprimand Emperor Zhenwu. However, Yi Xian stopped him before he could make a move. Yi Xian held the immortal defying formation in his hand as he walked over to Emperor Zhenwu's side. Under the gazes of disbelief of everyone, he just sat down by Emperor Zhenwu's side, and he couldn't be bothered to spare a glance at Emperor Zhenwu. However, his icy cold voice entered into the ears of everyone. "You'll know in a while if I have the right or not. A piece of trash like you was able to become an imperial monarch of the celestial court. It's simply laughable." Calm and fearless. This was Yi Xian's attitude, and he'd even directly reprimanded Emperor Zhenwu. He didn't beat around the bush at all, and this caused the entire hall to become strangely silent. "Are you courting death?" Being reprimanded by Yi Xian made Emperor Zhenwu grit his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the Celestial Court's grand meeting and all the factions were gathered here, he would definitely have attacked Yi Xian and killed him here. "Fellow Daoist Zhenwu, please calm down for now. If you have any grudges, you can settle them after the Celestial Court's grand meeting." The barefoot immortal was a good person, and he hurriedly advised Emperor Zhenwu. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a hint of blame in his eyes. Clearly, it was unwise for Yi Xian to anger Emperor Zhenwu like this. "Humph. Even after the Celestial Court's grand meeting, I, Ziwei, would like to see who dares to harm this a worthy younger brother of mine while I, Ziwei, am here." Emperor Ziwei spoke coldly and sat down boldly. Obviously, he was warning Emperor Zhenwu. Such a scene caused Emperor Chu Jiang to watch with surprise. He hadn't expected that Emperor Ziwei actually attached such importance to Yi Xian, and he didn't even hesitate to go to war with Emperor Zhenwu. This caused him to ceaselessly ponder about exactly who Yi Xian was to actually make Emperor Ziwei attach such importance to him. Master Guangcheng was one of the 12 golden immortals of the ancient times. His sky-turning seal possessed unimaginable might, and he was renowned amongst the 12 golden immortals of the ancient times. At this moment, he gazed at Yi Xian with a slightly strange gaze. "Hey, you're quite interesting. Your temperament is very similar to my brother Monkey's. Old pig, let me give you a toast." Although Marshal Tianpeng was an overarching Heaven Xian immortal, he was also sitting among the Daoyuo Jingxian. At this moment, he raised his wine cup and gave a toast to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, in the face of Marshal Tianpeng's toast, Yi Xian treated him like air and didn't respond at all. This caused Marshal Tianpeng's expression to change slightly, and he awkwardly withdrew his wine cup. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian didn't take Marshal Tianpeng seriously at all. This was because he simply looked down on this person. How could he be qualified to drink with Yi Xian? Marshal Tianpeng had flirted with Chang Yi and was sent into the beast path by the Jade Emperor for 1,000 reincarnations. Marshal Tianpeng was only an overarching Heaven Xian immortal after becoming a Buddha. If it wasn't for the fighting immortal Buddha, how could he be qualified to sit here? Yi Xian agreed with the Jade Emperor for sending Marshal Tianpeng to the beast path for 1,000 reincarnations. If he was in the Jade Emperor's position, he might have been even more ruthless than the Jade Emperor. This was because the Guanghan fairy was his prisoner. How could he allow others to flirt with her? Just sending her to the beast path for 1,000 reincarnations was still too light in Yi Xian's eyes. As for Yi Xian daring to sit with Daoyuo Jingxian and even daring to sit next to Emperor Zhenwu, that was because he had the strength. Moreover, his title was the East Pole Emperor. As for this so-called Marshal Tianpeng, Yi Xian felt disdain from the bottom of his heart. If the fighting immortal Buddha was here, perhaps he could return this cup of wine. However, how could a useless person like Marshal Tianpeng be qualified for him to return a cup of wine? Humph, what's there to be proud of? If it wasn't for the fact that your personality is similar to my monkey brother's, I might not even be willing to pay attention to you. Marshal Tianpeng's face turned red as he muttered. The Jade Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, amidst the celestial music of the 9 heavens, a rain of flowers fell from the sky. Fairies danced in the air. The Jade Emperor walked out of the bullfighting palace in the 9-dragon Emperor robe. He sat on the Emperor's throne as immortal light surged. Greetings to the Jade Emperor, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian. The group of immortals bowed. However, Yi Xian and the rest didn't stand up. It was obvious that Daluo Jingxian and the Jade Emperor were on the same level. Naturally, they wouldn't greet the Jade Emperor. They just nodded slightly. "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." The Jade Emperor had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of redness on his face. Clearly, it was his lifelong dream to be able to marry the fairy of Guanghan today. Naturally, he was in a good mood and did not care too much about the usual formalities. Chapter 384. Obviously, the Immortals could see that the Jade Emperor was in a good mood today. They also knew the reason, but they naturally could not lack the necessary etiquette. This was also a respect for the Jade Emperor. However, in the entire Lingxiao Hall, whether it was the Immortals or the Daluo Jingxian, no one mentioned the name of the fairy of Guanghan. This was because it seemed like the Jade Emperor was holding a grand meeting of the Celestial Court today, but in fact, he was going to marry the fairy of Guanghan. This kind of thing was too complicated. It was not impossible that there would be chaos in the Lingxiao Hall in a while. Since the ancient Celestial Court was destroyed, I followed the Tao ancestors' decree to rebuild the Celestial Court and educate all living beings in the three realms. I don't dare to say that I have contributed to the world, but I have done my best for the three realms. The Jade Emperor's dignified voice let the Immortals know that the Jade Emperor was going to talk about serious matters. It was also at this moment that the entire Lingxiao Hall fell silent. "Today, I have gathered all of you here to announce a happy event to the three realms." The Jade Emperor paused for a moment, then looked around at the Immortals present and continued, "The fairy of Guanghan, the ancient goddess, has been in love with me for a long time. Today, I invite all of you to gather here as a witness for me and the fairy of Guanghan." Although the Immortals were prepared, when the Jade Emperor finished speaking, their expressions were still different. However, no one jumped out to refute the Jade Emperor. It was also at this moment that the Immortals were silent that a moonlight bridge spread out. Surrounded by several fairies, the fairy of Guanghan was stepping on the moonlight bridge and landing in the Lingxiao Hall. The ancient goddess, the master of the Moon Palace, the number one fairy of the three realms. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and her eyes were like autumn water. Although the fairy of Guanghan was frowning slightly and Zhou was releasing a cold and pure aura, when her face was revealed in the eyes of the Immortals, the entire Lingxiao Hall still heard the sound of rapid breathing. When she looked back and smiled, she was so charming that the six palaces paled in comparison. When she smiled, she could topple a country. When she smiled again, she could topple a city. Although this sentence was not appropriate for the fairy of Guanghan, her beauty could not be described with words. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He was not affected at all by the appearance of the moon fairy. However, a beam of celestial light flashed across his eyes, proving that he was not as calm as he appeared. As for the other Daluo Jingxian, apart from Guanyin of the South Sea, they all looked at fairy Guanghan with infatuation. Guan Qingzi was the first to come back to his senses. This proved that he had the highest cultivation level among the Daluo Jingxian. "Elder brother," Yi Xian said in a low voice. Emperor Ziwei quickly came to his senses. He blushed slightly and quickly shifted his gaze away from the moon fairy. Then, he smiled at Yi Xian obsequiously. He was clearly a little embarrassed. "Everyone, today is the day of my wedding with the moon fairy. We are all immortals, so we don't have to follow the etiquette of mortals. Today, under the witness of heaven and earth, I will marry the moon fairy. Everyone, please be our witnesses." When the Jade Emperor spoke in a dignified manner, Taibai Jingxing led a group of immortal officials to cast a spell, causing the Lingxiao Hall to shine brightly. A magpie bridge appeared in the void, and a red rope connected the two ends of the magpie bridge. Heaven and earth were the mediator, and the immortals were the witnesses. The Jade Emperor's intention to marry the moon fairy was obvious. At this moment, the Jade Emperor stood up from the Emperor's throne and appeared on the magpie bridge. "Chang Yi, come. The Jade Emperor said gently. His face was slightly flushed, and he looked at Fairy Guanghan with a hint of infatuation. How long had it been? Hundreds of thousands of years. He had waited for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, he had waited for this day. As long as he could marry the Moon Fairy, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Celestial music played. Thousands of auspicious chi flowed. Fairies danced. Immortal officials played. Magpies flew to the bridge and chirped. In an instant, the atmosphere of the Lingxiao Hall became festive. However, this kind of celebration was only on the surface, because the immortals present did not congratulate them at all. Instead, they watched with different expressions, because they knew that if the Jade Emperor wanted to marry the Fairy of Guanghan, someone would definitely cause trouble. At this moment, the Moon Fairy bit her cherry lips. A hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes. However, it turned into bitterness in the end. A ray of moonlight spread out under her feet. It also lifted her body toward the Magpie Bridge. At the two ends of the Magpie Bridge, the Jade Emperor was on the left and the Moon Fairy was on the right. A red ribbon was in their hands. As the celestial music played, the two of them gradually walked toward each other. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He watched this scene quietly. However, the violent aura in his heart surged like a volcano. The inverse immortal formation diagram in his hand glowed faintly. Obviously, it didn't matter whether or not the Fairy Guanghan was his love tribulation. This was because Yi Xian had always treated the Fairy Guanghan as his personal item. He definitely couldn't let other men touch her, not even the Jade Emperor. Wait! Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the Lingxiao Hall. It also made the Jade Emperor on the Magpie Bridge stop breathing. His originally smiling face gradually turned gloomy. He then looked toward the source of the voice. The envoy of the cleansed altar, Canopy Marshal. He stood up from his seat with a gloomy expression. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Canopy, what do you want? On the Magpie Bridge, the Jade Emperor's eyes were sinister. The Daluo golden light around him rippled slightly. He looked at Canopy Marshal as if he was looking at a dead man. I oppose this marriage. Although the Jade Emperor was the Lord of the Three Realms, Canopy Marshal was not afraid at all. Instead, he was fearless. He coldly rebuked without any fear in his eyes. Canopy, why aren't you leaving? His Majesty and the Moon Fairy are in love. How can you cause trouble here? Venus Taibai coldly rebuked. Taibai, leave. Let him speak. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor put his hands behind his back. His expression became extremely calm. He looked down at Canopy Marshal without any anger. No, the Jade Emperor is a bit strange today. Could it be that he? Empress Siwei's expression changed. This also shocked the Daluo Jinxian. They all looked at the Jade Emperor. However, they found that the Jade Emperor did not reveal any aura. His eyes were as deep as an ancient pond. Canopy, leave. Guanyin of the South Sea's expression changed slightly as she rebuked Canopy Marshal. Clearly, she was the Bodhisattva of the Western Spiritual Mountain. She had once enlightened Canopy Marshal. Now, only she could stop Canopy Marshal's reckless actions. Unfortunately, Canopy Marshal did not feel the strangeness in the atmosphere. He also did not sense the Jade Emperor's killing intent. He had always treated the Jade Emperor as a weak person. He hated him even more for putting him into the animal path. Most importantly, the Moon Fairy was his dream lover. He participated in this celestial court conference to cause a ruckus and stop the Jade Emperor's good deed. Humph, the Moon Fairy is an ancient goddess. She has always lived alone in the Moon Palace. Moreover, the heavenly rules forbid immortals from being in love. As the Jade Emperor, you want to violate the heavenly rules. Aren't you making a fool of yourself? Canopy Marshal coldly rebuked.
Chapter 385. Heavenly Rule. The Jade Emperor wasn't angry. He nodded slowly and said, "You're right. There is indeed such a heavenly rule. I said it myself. Since it's a heavenly rule set by the Jade Emperor, then we should follow it." Canopy Marshal sneered. There was a smug look on his face, as if victory was already in his hands. Dong, dong, dong. It was as if the war drums of the 9 heavens were beating. It was as if the stars in the sea were attacking. The world changed. The immortal light of the great firmament was boundless. The Jade Emperor seemed to become the only thing in the world. An unimaginable heavenly might rolled in all directions. What's a heavenly rule? My will is the will of the heavens. My heart is the will of the heavens. All living beings in the world must respect me. Today, you dare to disturb my wedding. This is a crime of great disrespect. Your soul will be destroyed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. The world shook. The immortal light split the sky. The Jade Emperor spoke calmly. However, an aura that had never appeared before bloomed around him. It was the heavenly Tao draconic chi, and the majesty of a celestial emperor. Those who disrespect me shall die. Rumble. When the Jade Emperor struck out with his palm, the terrifying immortal light of the great firmament came crashing down. Under the Canopy Marshal's dumbfounded gaze, the Canopy Marshal's body was reduced to ashes. "Save me, Bodhisattva." His body collapsed. His origin spirit escaped. Under the terrifying immortal light of the great firmament, Canopy Marshal's origin spirit cracked inch by inch. It was as if his soul would be destroyed in the next moment. "Jade Emperor, please show mercy." Guanyin of the South Sea's expression changed drastically. As she waved her slender hands, the jade vase quickly turned upside down. A glazed immortal light enveloped the immortal soul of the heavenly Peng immortal soul, and the willow branches quickly nullified the Jade Emperor's attack. "Si Hang, I'll give you face. However, if this idiot dares to disturb my wedding with Fairy Guanhan again, don't blame me for being merciless." The Jade Emperor's expression was dark. He looked deeply at Canopy Marshal's origin spirit. A terrifying killing intent flashed across his eyes. Amitba. Guanyin of the South Sea's expression changed slightly. However, she still put her hands together and chanted. "Silence, silence, dead silence." The immortals didn't expect that the Jade Emperor would almost kill Canopy Marshal here and even warn Guanyin of the South Sea. Was this still the Jade Emperor they knew? Cowardice, cowardice, and incompetence. These were the Jade Emperor's pronouns. But what did they see today? Ruthless and merciless, he suppressed the heavens and the earth. The might of the heavenly emperor was undeniable. Anyone who dared to go against his will would be suppressed with his palm. Even when facing the spirit mountain of the west, he did not retreat at all. He reigned supreme in the 3 realms and looked down on all living beings. At this moment, the Jade Emperor was wearing an imperial robe with 9 dragons. He stood on the bridge of magpies and looked at the immortals around him. Even when he looked at the Daoyuo Jinxian, his eyes were filled with great pressure. "I am the master of the 3 realms. All of you need to have a heart of reverence. This is the embodiment of what a subject should do." The Jade Emperor's cold voice spread throughout the 33 layers of the celestial court. The heavenly emperor's aura radiated from him made the immortals tremble in fear. It also made them realize that the Jade Emperor was not weak and could be bullied. It was just that he had never shown the authority that a heavenly emperor should have. To put it bluntly, whether it was the Chan sect, Jia sect, or the Spirit Mountain of the West, the Jade Emperor was the master of the 3 realms. He was also in charge of the Supreme Celestial Court. He was the heavenly emperor personally conferred by the ancestor Hongjun. Even if he offended the sage orthodoxies, who could do anything to him? Not to mention that the Jade Emperor was also a peak existence among the golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven. Today,
In order to marry the fairy of the Moon Palace, he had already given up everything. Anyone who dared to stop him would only end up dead, no matter what kind of force was behind him. Jade Emperor. You. Just you wait. I'm going to tell you about this, Marshal Tianping scolded the Jade Emperor loudly. But before he could finish, Guanyin of the South Sea's face turned cold and scolded, "Idiot, shut up." Guanyin of the South Sea immediately kept Marshal Tianping's primordial spirit into the jade bottle. Then, she put her palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. She closed her eyes and sat still, because she knew that no one could stop the Jade Emperor from marrying the Moon Fairy today. Guanyin of the South Sea understood that the Jade Emperor was already in a state of paranoia. He would do anything for the Moon Fairy. No matter who offended him now, they would not have a good ending. Guanyin of the South Sea was not the only one who understood this. The other Daoyuo Jinxian were silent, let alone the immortals present. After all, the Jade Emperor was the Jade Emperor. He was the master of the three realms. Even the three pure ones did not dare to punish him casually. Moreover, the Jade Emperor was not really weak and could be bullied. He was an extremely powerful golden immortal. Is there anyone else who opposes this marriage? The Jade Emperor had his hands behind his back. His voice was solemn and dignified. The immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's eyes narrowed when he saw Yi Xian. He could not see through Yi Xian's true identity. However, the Jade Emperor did not have the time to guess who Yi Xian was. What he needed to do now was to marry the Moon Fairy. Ha! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky and blocked the sun. Wild laughter came from all directions. Several rays of dark light streaked across the sky. The destructive aura filled every corner of the celestial court. Jade Emperor, you're so majestic. You're so bold. The dark light dissipated. A 6-meter-tall giant stood in the void. Behind him were several people with strange auras. However, there was no immortal or demonic light around them. Even so, it was difficult to breathe when one looked at them. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on one's mind. Quafu! Emperor Ziwei exclaimed in shock. Even Guang Qingzi and the others stood up at this moment. Their eyes narrowed. Quafu! Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He looked at the person who came with a solemn expression. Quafu, one of the great ancient witches, shone in the great war of the witches and demons. He was an extremely ancient figure and was known as the great ancient divine powers. The witches were formed by Pangu's blood essence. They were born without primordial spirits. They relied on their strong physical bodies to fight. Quafu was strong enough to hold up the sky and had the fastest speed in the world. He shone in the great war of the witches and demons. However, these were not the most important problems. The most important problem was that this ancient sorcerer was a good friend of Yi. Since the great war of witch demons in the untainted land, the sorcerer tribe had been wiped out and disappeared in the long river of time. However, today, the appearance of a great ancient witch made all the immortals speechless. Was the witches going to reappear in the world? The horror of the witches was deeply rooted in people's hearts. They only cultivated themselves and did not cultivate the way of heaven. They were also convinced that one's strength could break all laws. They also walked the legendary path of becoming a sage through strength. Unfortunately, even though the Wu tribe was blessed by nature, no one had ever become a sage, not even the 12 ancestors of sorcery of untainted land. Chapter 386. Quafu. The Jade Emperor's face was gloomy, and his eyes were solemn. He knew that someone would come to disturb his marriage with the fairy of Guanghan, but he didn't expect the ancient sorcerer to come. Xiao Yi, are you really going to marry the Jade Emperor? Quafu's skin was bronze, as if it was made of vitriol. Although there was no celestial light around him, he could make people's souls tremble just by standing there. "Brother Quafu." The fairy of Guanghan murmured. She looked at Quafu with warmth in her eyes, which reminded her of a long time ago. When she was a young girl, Quafu took care of her like a big brother. She thought that Quafu had died in the great tribulation of witches and demons, but she didn't expect that he was still alive. "Xiao Yi, answer me. Are you really going to marry him?" As an ancient sorcerer, Quafu didn't respect heaven and earth, and didn't care about immortals and gods. Even if the Jade Emperor was next to him, he ignored him. Because the sorcerer tribe liked to fight, and the more they fought, the braver they became. Even if they died in battle, they wouldn't frown. The fairy of Guanghan looked down. She didn't know what to say to her old friend. "Xiao Yi is healing in the chaos. He's my best brother. Before he left, he told me to take good care of you. If the Jade Emperor forces you, I'll take care of you even if I have to overturn the celestial court," Quafu said in a deep voice. The black light around him swept across the world, and the power to destroy everything was unimaginable. "Quafu, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Rumble. The Jade Emperor was furious. He didn't hide it anymore. The immortal light of the great all-embracing heaven was terrifying and blazing. The heaven-guarding formation was activated, and an extremely violent killing intent rose around him. So what if he was an ancient sorcerer? Anyone who dared to stop him from marrying the fairy of Guanghan, he would kill them even if it meant the destruction of the world. "Jade Emperor, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the child of ancestor Hongjun. Today, I'll see what you can do. How dare you provoke the goddess of my tribe?" Quafu roared, and a terrifying dark light swept out. His body was glowing, and the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Goddess of the sorcerer tribe? Is the moon fairy a member of the witch tribe? Inadvertently, Quafu revealed a great secret, which stunned all the immortals present. Even Yi Xian was stunned by this secret. However, Emperor Ziwei and the others did not look surprised. Clearly, they already knew Fairy Guanghan's true identity. A great battle began quietly. One was the Jade Emperor, the supreme ruler of the three realms, and the other was Quafu, the ancient sorcerer. It was hard to tell which of the two was stronger. However, when the battle between the two began, the celestial court would probably be reduced to ashes. "Big brother, don't do it. I'm willing to marry him." Suddenly, before the two started fighting, the moon fairy stood in front of Quafu. This made Quafu's expression change. He looked at the moon fairy with a complicated expression. "Xiao Yi, why?" Quafu frowned. "There is no reason. I did it willingly," said the fairy of the moon palace bitterly. She didn't dare to look into Quafu's eyes. "Good, good, good." Quafu said "good" 3 times, but there was a touch of disappointment in his eyes. There were some things he couldn't say, because it was about De-Yi. He also knew that the moon fairy had always treated him and De-Yi as her big brothers. He had no right to ask about the moon fairy's love affairs. "Xiao Yi, since you really want to marry him, I'll personally witness your marriage with the Jade Emperor today." Quafu sighed and brought several members of the witch tribe to the Lingxiao Hall. This also made the immortals retreat, keeping a certain distance from Quafu, the ancient sorcerer. The great battle ended invisibly, which made the Jade Emperor feel relieved. Although he was not afraid of Quafu, he knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Quafu. It was naturally the best that he could be safe. "Prepare a seat for the great sorcerer," the Jade Emperor said sternly. The Jade Emperor said sternly. An immortal official had already brought a white jade table over and asked Quafu and his clansmen to sit cross-legged. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, surrounded by immortal light. No one knew what he was thinking, but there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was very strong, even stronger than Empress Myrtle Star and Taoist Master Yuding. As for how strong he was, Yi Xian didn't know. However, since he was already here, he naturally wouldn't let his woman be tainted by the Jade Emperor. The immortal music played again. On the Magpie Bridge, the Jade Emperor and the Moon Fairy walked together. Obviously, as long as they bowed to heaven and earth, they would be considered husband and wife. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of jade breaking was heard. The white jade table in front of Yi Xian was knocked to the ground, which made everyone look at Yi Xian. At this moment, under the shocked gazes of Emperor Ziwei and the others, Yi Xian stood up calmly. When he took a step forward, he quietly appeared on the Magpie Bridge. Emperor Ziwei didn't even have time to stop him, which made the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Palace extremely strange. Who is this? Does he have a death wish? Is he an idiot? What does he want? The immortals were in an uproar and discussed animatedly. Even Emperor Ziwei and Daluo Jingxian were stunned. They couldn't understand Yi Xian's actions at this moment. A worthy younger brother, leave quickly. Emperor Ziwei immediately came back to her senses and said anxiously to Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't respond at all. At this moment, he was already standing on the Magpie Bridge and walking slowly towards Fairy Guanghan. This made the Jade Emperor's face turn pale. He didn't expect someone to have a death wish. Yi Xian's body was covered in golden light. He had already arrived in front of Fairy Guanghan and asked in a low voice, "Chang'e, are you really going to marry him?" You are. 10,000 years in a glance, illusory flower void. Although Yi Xian had concealed his aura, when the two of them looked at each other, it caused ripples to appear in the calm lake of Fairy Guanghan's heart. An extremely familiar feeling grew in the bottom of her heart. How dare you? Who are you? The Jade Emperor was already on the verge of going berserk. First, there was the idiot Marshal Tianping. Then, there was the arrival of the ancient witch. Now, an immortal of unknown origin came to disturb his marriage with the Fairy of Guanghan. This made the Jade Emperor extremely furious. Who am I? Yi Xian's face was calm. He turned to look at the Jade Emperor and said coldly, "Take a good look at who I am." Buzz. Luo Tian's golden light dissipated, and Yi Xian's original appearance appeared. Although he didn't reveal any aura around him, when his face was reflected in the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court and the Jade Emperor, the entire Lingxiao Hall fell into a strange and silent atmosphere. Silence, silence, dead silence. After a full 10 breaths, Venus Taibai exclaimed. Her body was trembling violently. East Emperor. Chapter 387. Wow! The entire Lingxiao Palace was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in shock. They never thought that Yi Xian was still alive. The East Emperor? Emperor Ziwei murmured to himself. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Then, he smiled bitterly. He was really stupid. He should have thought about it long ago. Among the heaven, earth, and man realms, only the legendary East Pole Emperor could fight him to a draw in the golden immortal realm of all heaven. Emperor Ziwei finally understood why Yi Xian had to hide his identity from him. It was because he had offended the Chan sect and had a deep grudge with the Jade Emperor. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When the Jade Emperor saw Yi Xian's face, his face turned pale instantly. He even staggered backward. He could not believe his eyes. If the arrival of the ancient great shaman Hua Fu caused the Jade Emperor to feel fear, then Yi Xian's appearance in front of him alive had already caused him to feel extreme fear. An indescribable panic arose in his heart. The Jade Emperor was not afraid of Yi Xian's cultivation base. He had never taken Yi Xian seriously. With his cultivation base as Daoyuo Jingxian, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Xian. What he was really afraid of was that if Yi Xian appeared alive, his deal with the goddess of Guanghan would be ruined. The goddess of Guanghan would not marry him. That was what scared him the most. Fake. You're fake. The East Emperor died 300 years ago. The Jade Emperor roared ferociously as if he had gone crazy. Chang Yi. He's fake. Don't believe him. The Jade Emperor's face was pale as he roared at the goddess of Guanghan. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Even his body was trembling unconsciously. Unfortunately, the goddess of Guanghan did not respond to the Jade Emperor's roar. She looked at Yi Xian's face in a daze. She bit her lips and tears appeared in her eyes. Then, they turned into tears and flowed out of her eyes. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have frozen. At this moment, the goddess of Guanghan only had eyes for Yi Xian. She did not seem to hear the Jade Emperor's crazy roar. She did not care about the shocked eyes of the immortals. She was walking toward Yi Xian step by step. You're still alive. Am I dreaming? Guanghan murmured. She touched Yi Xian's face with her trembling hands. When she felt Yi Xian's body's warmth, her eyes kept tearing. Your face won't look good if you cry. Looking at the goddess of Guanghan's tear-stained face, Yi Xian gently wiped away the tears on her face. When the two of them appeared in front of everyone, the entire Lingxiao hall became eerily silent. Who was the goddess of Guanghan? She was an ancient goddess, the goddess of the witch tribe, the #1 fairy in the 3 realms, the most beautiful woman in the world. They had never heard of her being so intimate with a man. The immortals could not believe their eyes. What did they see? The goddess of Guanghan, who had always been cold and aloof, had turned into a little woman at this moment. She allowed Yi Xian to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. She did not dodge at all. There was even a hint of happiness on her face. Kuo-fu, the ancient sorcerer, stared blankly at this scene. His body trembled slightly, and a touch of extreme bitterness flashed through his eyes. He had never seen the fairy of the Moon Palace like this. Even in the past, he had kept a certain distance from Yi. So, Xiao Yi already has someone she likes. Kuo-fu murmured bitterly. He was even more depressed. Although Kuo-fu had always treated the goddess of Guanghan as his younger sister, he also had feelings of love in his heart. However, this love turned into protection. He wanted to make the goddess of Guanghan and De Yi be together. However, after countless years, he realized that he was wrong. The goddess of Guanghan had already had someone she liked. On the Magpie Bridge, the Jade Emperor stared blankly at the goddess of Guanghan and Yi Xian. He no longer had the majesty of a celestial emperor. His body was trembling unconsciously. His eyes gradually turned red. An emotion called resentment grew in his heart. Just a little bit. He was so close to marrying the goddess of Guanghan. Why did Yi Xian appear in front of him at the last moment, alive? The Jade Emperor could not understand. He did not want to think about it. He just wanted to kill Yi Xian. This was his only thought at the moment. Are you willing to come with me? On the Magpie Bridge, Yi Xian did not ask the goddess of Guanghan why she wanted to marry the Jade Emperor. It was unnecessary. Since he treated the goddess of Guanghan as his woman, he would not let other men have her. Whether it was love or liking the goddess of Guanghan's body, none of this was important. Yi Xian was just following his heart. Yes. This simple word represented the goddess of Guanghan's feelings. At this time, she did not pretend. Although she was very shy, she looked at Yi Xian with determination. Suddenly, under the shocked and surprised gazes of the immortals, Yi Xian took the goddess of Guanghan into his arms. The goddess of Guanghan did not resist. She just let Yi Xian hold her and walk down the Magpie Bridge. You too can't go. Suddenly, the Daluo immortal light covered the sky. Extremely terrifying killing intent surrounded the 33 layers of the celestial court. An extremely terrifying scene appeared. The Jade Emperor's hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and the crown on his head had already fallen off. His eyes were as red as blood, and when he took a step forward, he'd already blocked the path of the two of them. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with unprecedented killing intent. Yi Xian, you shouldn't have appeared. You shouldn't have appeared. The Jade Emperor roared crazily. The Daluo immortal light condensed in his palm. The blood-red killing intent flowed in his eyes. Looking at the Jade Emperor's crazed face, the goddess of Guanghan sighed and said, "Your Majesty, please move." Chang'e, why? Tell me why. How am I inferior to him? The Jade Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Chang'e, "Do you know that I broke off relations with the Queen Mother of the West for you? I didn't hesitate to kill Tianping and offend the Western Sacred Mountain for you. Could it be that everything I've done can't compare to Yi Xian? Unwillingness, jealousy, and sorrow." The Jade Emperor was in extreme grief. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a cold knife. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. The goddess of Guanghan didn't know how to answer the Jade Emperor's question. Buzz. Suddenly, the Daluo immortal light surged. Guang Qingzi stepped through the air and blocked the two's path like the Jade Emperor. "Emperor of the East Pole, you killed my martial nephew Yang Jian and heavily injured senior brother Yu Ding. Shouldn't you give my Chan school an explanation?" Guang Qingzi said calmly. However, when his palms and fingers moved, he summoned the sky-turning seal and sealed the world. Amitabha. Buddhist light filled the sky as golden lotuses filled the sky. Guanyin of the South Sea put her palms together and walked over with the jade vase in her hand. She stood beside Guang Qingzi and looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. "You killed my Western Sacred Mountain's long-browed Arhat. Emperor of the East Pole, please return to Sacred Mountain with me and give the Buddha an explanation." Guanyin of the South Sea chanted, but her voice was cold. Ha! A wild laugh echoed in all directions. The Zhenwu demon-sweeping emperor rose into the air and looked at Yi Xian with a cruel and violent killing intent. "I was wondering who was so bold to insult me. So it's you, Emperor of the East Pole. I might have to leave you here today." The Zhenwu demon-sweeping emperor smiled cruelly and looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. The four Daluo Jingxian were all earth-shattering existences. Not only were they blocking Yi Xian's path, they were also trying to kill him. The immortals were deathly silent as they helplessly shook their heads. Their gazes towards Yi Xian carried a trace of pity as they inwardly blamed Yi Xian for not knowing his limits. The four Daluo Jingxian were a dead end. Moreover, Yi Xian was only an all-heaven golden immortal. How could he be a match for four grand heavenly immortals? When Yi Xian dared to reveal his true form, he was destined to die. However, the immortals found it strange that the Emperor of the East Pole was still alive and had even ruined the Jade Emperor's plans. Was he tired of living? Chapter 388. For Daluo Jingxian. This was a force that could not be underestimated. Just the pressure that they released was enough to shake the 33 layers of the celestial court. The immortals looked on coldly. Danger lurked everywhere, and the murderous aura was pressing. This was what Yi Xian felt. He frowned slightly, but there was no fear in his eyes. Since Yi Xian had returned to the celestial court, he had already expected this result. Although the inverse immortal formation allowed him to fight Daluo Jingxian to a draw, the siege of four Daluo Jingxian was indeed an extremely troublesome matter. Moreover, there were different levels of Daluo Jingxian. Among the four Daluo Jingxian, the one with the lowest cultivation should be the Zhenwu demon-destroying emperor. The Jade Emperor's cultivation was the most mysterious.
As for Guang Qingzi and Guanyin of the South Sea, they were both one of the 12 ancient golden immortals. Their cultivation should be about the same. Yi Xian, let Chang Yi go, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The Jade Emperor's eyes were crimson red as he looked at the fairy Guang Han being embraced by Yi Xian. His entire body was filled with a tyrannical aura, and his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with jealousy and resentment. The Guanghan fairy was his dream lover. The Jade Emperor had not even touched her finger, let alone embrace her. How could he tolerate this? Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the Jade Emperor's heaven-burning fury. It was as if he was treated as air. At the same time, Emperor Ziwei sat cross-legged below. Her brows were knitted together, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes. However, this hesitation did not last long. Emperor Ziwei finally stood up under the shocked gazes of the immortals. Wine. The Grand Luo was born, and the void was trapped. The Empress Ziwei stepped out and silently appeared beside Yi Xian. Her face was cold as she looked at the Jade Emperor and the others, saying, "The Eastern Emperor is one of the 4 emperors of the Celestial Court. Since he is in love with the fairy of Guanghan, I hope that the Jade Emperor will not force him." Silence, silence, dead silence. When Empress Ziwei said this, the immortals' expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect Empress Ziwei to fight on Yi Xian's side. Wasn't this going against the Jade Emperor? Myrtle Star, do you know what you're doing? The Jade Emperor's eyes were cold as he looked at Empress Myrtle Star. Your Majesty, the East Pole Monarch is the monarch of the Celestial Court. Why are you making things difficult for him? Suddenly, Zhao Gongming and the other immortals of the Jia sect stepped out. Although their cultivation levels were low, they represented the Jia sect, which made the current situation complicated. Humph, what East Pole Monarch? He killed Yang Jian, and injured Perfected Yuding, which is a serious crime. The Jade Emperor is the master of the 3 realms. How can he let such a criminal get away with it? The Zhenwu demon-sweeping emperor sneered. Empress Ziwei said coldly, how can personal grudges be involved in the Celestial Court? According to what you said, if I kill you, the Jade Emperor will also make things difficult for me. Hearing Empress Ziwei's words, Emperor Zhenwu's face turned pale. The Grand Luo immortal light around him rippled slightly, and a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he looked at Empress Ziwei. Ziwei, don't think that you can look down on me just because you reached the 3rd firmament of Grand Luo before me. Do you think it's possible for you to kill me? Emperor Zhenwu sneered cruelly. Amitba. Guanyin of the South Sea put her palms together and chanted, Daoist Ziwei, the East Pole Monarch killed Yang Jian first, and then the Arhat of the Western Mystical Mountain. Even if he's an emperor of the Celestial Court, he still has to give us an explanation. I hope that Daoist Ziwei can retreat for now. A threat, a blatant threat. Although Guanyin of the South Sea sounded kind, she was telling Emperor Ziwei that he alone couldn't protect Yi Xian. If he offended the Western Mystical Mountain and the Chanism, it wouldn't benefit Emperor Ziwei at all. Ha! Suddenly, Emperor Ziwei laughed wildly. Vast purple clouds surrounded him, and the Ziwei star in the luminous sun rumbled and rotated. The Tongtian's Grand Luo immortal light connected heaven and earth. What a joke! I've cultivated for countless years and finally obtained the position of emperor. My master is the ancestor of earth immortals, the great immortal Zhen Yuan. Today, I'd like to see who dares to attack my worthy younger brother. At the mention of the great immortal Zhen Yuan, everyone's expression changed. Fear flashed in their eyes. That was because the great immortal Zhen Yuan was no ordinary person. He was a revered ancestor of the 3 realms. Even saints had to give him some face. His cultivation and status were supreme. I've given orders to the heavens, and I control the life and death of the 3 realms. Yi Xian's crimes are monstrous. He should be stripped of his position as the East Pole Monarch and sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated.
Suddenly, the Jade Emperor spoke majestically and strode toward Yi Xian. He no longer cared about anyone, nor did he care about any orthodoxy. The only thing he wanted now was to kill Yi Xian. He couldn't let Yi Xian leave the celestial court with the moon fairy. What is love in the mortal realm? Answer: everything has its weakness. The Jade Emperor could endure for the sake of his position as the celestial emperor. He could even pretend to be weak and incompetent. However, he would never back down when it came to the moon fairy. Since ancient times, love was the most harmful. It could also drive a person crazy. The Jade Emperor was like that now. In the past, he tolerated Yi Xian because Yi Xian had the attention of saints. He might even be the main character of the immeasurable calamity. He had always avoided conflict with him. However, now that Yi Xian had touched his bottom line, he no longer cared about anything. He only wanted to kill Yi Xian. He had no other thoughts in his mind. Looking at the Jade Emperor's ferocious and twisted face, the Emperor Ziwei's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he had mentioned his master, the great immortal Jin Yuan, the Jade Emperor still didn't have any scruples. "Brother, I appreciate your kindness. However, they don't have the ability to make me stay." Suddenly, without waiting for the Emperor Ziwei to react, Yi Xian took a step forward. The void in all directions collapsed and recovered. The golden light of Luo Tian rippled through the sky and rushed towards the Jade Emperor. "A worthy younger brother, come back. Yi Xian." The Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. The moon fairy bit her lips tightly. The two of them spoke almost at the same time, but they didn't stop Yi Xian at all. The immortal's expressions changed. The world was silent. When the Jade Emperor and Yi Xian confronted each other in the void, a strong smell of gunpowder rose in the Lingxiao Hall. An unimaginable battle was about to happen. "Yi Xian, you're courting death." The Jade Emperor smiled ferociously. He held the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand. The Heavenly Tao Dragon aura was incessant, and the Zenith Heaven Immortal light was blazing and terrifying. His killing intent locked onto Yi Xian. "You want to kill me?" Yi Xian sneered and said, "Have you asked the immortal array diagram in my hand?" Change. The roar shattered the mountains and rivers, and the luminous sun collapsed. Yi Xian's black hair fluttered wildly. The immortal array diagram in his hand shone brightly. Billions of starlight shone from the luminous sun's starry sky and instantly covered the Lingxiao Hall. 8 gates of life and death, turn immortals into mortals. Rumble. Boom. 8 starlight portals appeared in the void and completely trapped the entire Lingxiao Hall. The immortals also cried out in shock. "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.